Welcome, everybody, to this week's Movies, Music, and Mayhem. I'm your host, Rachel Silvestrini. We're doing this a little off-center from what our normal days are because I am getting my second Pfizer shot tomorrow, and the first one really screwed me up, so I didn't want to schedule somebody and then have to cancel. So James, who I'm bringing on very shortly, very nicely agreed to come on Monday, so I'm not literally passing out during the interview because that's what happened last time when I got the shot. So, James, if you guys don't know, James was a member of a punk band way back in the day that I actually ended up touring with on Warped Tour. Super excited to get to talk to him. He also knows my friend Lacey. You might know Lacey. She's a competitor in the Schmodown in Star Wars division and is a co-host of a Star Wars show with James. So, without further ado, bring on Mr. James Baney.
So pumped to be here.
I want very like excited. A soundboard, but I'm so technologically like stupid that I'm like, I'll just end up hitting the wrong thing and it'll be like, wah, 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 and I don't want to do that.
Somebody will say like something awesome and it's like a toilet flush and you're like, no.
Yeah, I don't need that to introduce somebody on. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm excited. I'm ready to talk about lots of stuff.
Yeah, good. So we met years ago on Warped Tour. I want to say it was 2008 was the year that I was with AT&T, and AT&T sponsored the band that you were in, Devil Wears Prada, and you guys came and did signings with us and stuff, which was so much fun. Your fans are crazy in love with you guys. Like that was the summer of like really intense fans.
Yeah.
For AT&T, because we had you guys, we had All Time Low.
I was gonna say All Time Low and
the Main.
Here's the Veil. The Main, maybe.
Yeah, we had the Main. We had what was it? It was All Time Low. You guys, Pierce the Veil, 303, and Less Than Jake.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what a summer that was!
And that was 303 summer too. Like
yeah, that was
their big breakout summer, and everybody was like really pumped on them.
Well, I remember, was it that year or the year before that they went from side stage to main stage in like 2 weeks? I think it was the year. I think it was 2007 because it was. I know it was the fastest transition for a band from side stage to main stage in Warped Tour history.
I don't know because that was 2008, and I think they weren't ever on main stage. Even when they played Denver, it was like crazy, but they didn't move them.
Really, I could have sworn they were main stage. I just remember there being so many people. Like I remember that they were like, because every year on Warped Tour, there's always like a new band that comes out that everyone loves. And by everyone, I mean everybody that's on the tour. Like everybody goes and like fights to see them and like stand on the stage and, they bribe the stage managers to let them on. And I remember 303 was so big one year that the stage almost collapsed. I think it was the Ernie Ball stage. Funny enough, not that I'm advertising for them. But I'm pretty sure it was the Ernie Ball stage. And like, I just remember everybody was jumping on it. And all I heard was like cracking. And everyone was like, wait a minute. Everybody started running off stage. They're like, sorry guys, great show. But yeah, they were some of the funniest, sweetest boys.
I still want to say I think they were on the split stage, like the I don't remember what it's called at the year, but it's like the Smart Punk and then the other one, you know what I mean? The like the split stage. Yeah. I think they were on that in 2008, but it was like everybody knew who they were and they were really blowing up and stuff. And then come the Denver show, it was like insane because they're obviously from Colorado. And then we didn't play the next year, obviously, because you only do it, every other year, if anything.
Yeah.
And I would imagine, though, that if they were on that stage, they probably went back. No, you know what, though? Because I think they were main stage in 2010. I think they did the same thing we did.
Oh, and just jumped a year? And jumped up a stage?
Yeah, although you would have thought they could have probably done that in 2009. But
Yeah.
I think they skipped it, and then they did 2010 with us, and they were one of the main stage bands as well.
Yeah.
Because 2008, I think that was the year we were... we were on Monster Stage. Or like, oh, sorry, Hurley.
Yeah. Oh, the blow up.
The inflatable one, which is like second best.
Which is like the scariest stage to play on, I can assume, because if Warped Tour is known for anything, it's the fact that sometimes we get struck by weather that isn't very conducive to an inflatable dome cover over electronics.
True. I like that stage though. And when you go to main stage, you still end up having problems too, because like during a rainstorm or something, main stage can get shut down. And it's like so did that stage though. It was early when we played it. But yeah, so did that stage. It was the amphitheater stages that kept going and stuff. And then they would try to, they were trying to predict it, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we think there's gonna be rain today, so we're moving main stage into the amphitheater or whatever. But one of my favorite memories ever was a night where like the whole show was shut down, and they moved like at like 2 p.m. or something like that. They shut down main stage, and like 5 main stage bands didn't get to play, and only like, you know, the last 2 of the night, because it took that long to get everything shifted over to the other stage. We were the last band of the night, and everybody, like, there was nothing else to do, so everybody was trying to stick around. They were all crowding into the amphitheater. It was the end of the night. There was nowhere else to go, so we were like, all of Warped Tour was there. It was crazy. It was like the biggest show ever. And out you know how it is, like there's a covering, but out the sides you can see lightning like crashing and stuff. It was the coolest night. And I remember all the bands were there too. So like it was just as packed on the side of the stage. Like everyone was there. Kevin was there. And I remember he tweeted like, just watch Devil Wears Prada, and it was like one of the best shows of the year. You know, it was such a memorable experience that one night that a storm hit, but it was like everybody was down to still rock for one more set.
Do you remember what city that was in? Because I know the typical cities where that would move into, like, it wasn't DC.
You know what? I'm not gonna know. My gut says it was somewhere in like the Portlandy area. Okay. But I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, I remember a few times whenever like working Warped Tour, like watching the storm literally roll in, and you could see in the distance like the lightning striking ground, and it just got to the point. I remember one time it got to the point, and like Kevin was walking by me, and I was like, "Hey, Kev, there's lightning. I don't know how far away it is, but it's there." He's like, "Yeah, we're gonna be done by the time it gets here," and I'm like, "That's great. Are we gonna be done loading out?" Like, yeah.
It's so crazy because like as soon as that storm starts to roll in and everybody, there's visible lightning, I like to go out, you know, in the crowd where like the grounds are, because you just feel the vibe of like everybody. And it's like, not that I like the bummy vibe, but like it's fun to be there and then like just see the mood swing as everybody's like, I've been waiting for this the entire year. This is my Warped Tour day. All the bands I'm excited to see are going to get canceled, and we have nowhere to go. We're just going to get rained on, and we're going to like have to hang out at some random bands merch tent if they let us stand there, you know, or whatever. It's very unfortunate how quickly the weather can just change an event and just like ruin it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I remember the first 2 summers I was out, I was working in reverse daycare for the parents as a massage therapist. And I just remember the first time we had a storm and kids were running into the tent. And I was like, get out, like,
leave.
Your parents aren't in here. They're like, it's storming. And like, they would like tear open the walls, and all of a sudden it would just look like Armageddon outside. You're like, all right, stay inside. Don't touch the poles. Like,
and every band has shirts in cardboard boxes.
Yep.
And they're like trying to lift them up and figure out what they're going to do, because it's just flooding everywhere.
Were you guys there for Cleveland when we had the hurricane?
Cleveland when we had the hurricane.
Like literally like a third of the tents got destroyed. we were in that parking lot down by the river, and it got ridiculous. Like tents, like one of the tents, like tents were getting pulled up because it was like actually like a suction, and like the posts were coming out. One of them, I literally saw one of them fly into a kid and break his leg, and it was like the worst thing ever. And then he just like sat down in one of our chairs while we're waiting for the meds to come, and he's like, oh, I really wanted to I was really looking forward to this, and I'm like, you'll get to go again. It's fine. Like, and then like 2 weeks later, he came and like his leg was in a cast, and like Kevin had like obviously been like, if you have tickets to this, stop by wherever and exchange them. We'll give you a voucher to come to any of the Warped Tours anywhere in the US, like whenever you can, and blah blah blah.
It was 2007, I think, if I'm Googling.
Oh, it was 2007.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In 2007, we were doing a tour called Sounds of the Underground, RIP. That sounds familiar at all. Don't worry, everybody. Oh. We were touring with Gwar.
Oh, I can't picture you guys with Gwar.
Well, that lineup was crazy if you really look at it. It was like Gwar, Every Time I Die, Shadows Fall, Job for a Cowboy, Darkest Hour, Number 13 Looks Like You, Heavy Heavy Low Low, Us. Yeah, it was like 12 bands or 11 bands, maybe, or something like that. And it was like basically a festival all day. It was like the first 2 bands were rotating, the next 4 bands were rotating. Then there was one always, like they always played 7th, and then like 8 and 9 were rotating, and then it was always Shadows Fall, Every Time I Die, and Gwar. It was like a really weird festival.
That's intense.
Yeah. We were one of the rotating bands with Heavy Heavy Low Low. Number 12 Looks Like You. I said number 13. It's Number 12 Looks Like You.
Yeah.
And there was one other rotating band. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head right now.
How funny.
But somewhere in that size.
How funny. Yeah, you and I were talking before we went live about one of my favorite movies. It's called Grind. I'm actually doing a watch along at the end of the month with Mr. Jesse Swift right here. He's the best.
Hey.
And it always reminded me of Warped Tour because it's very much like these 4 guys want to be skateboarders, and they follow this skateboarding exhibition around. Like, and we were talking, I was like, they were basically the pirate bands of Warped Tour that would just like hang out outside, or maybe one of them would buy a ticket and like sneak in a case of CDs.
Sure. Yeah.
And like sell them as if like their band was on Warped Tour and nobody knew who they were.
Or they knew people on Warped Tour, so that person would walk out with 2 passes, and then they would walk in a friend or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I did adopt my fair share of pirate bands, but they did end up like, it's like the circus. You end up getting brought into the family, and like the bands that I would always like, they would come in and check in with me. I would like feed them off my lunch tray, and you know, they would store their CDs in the cool air conditioning, but then they would end up like coming in super early and helping setup crew and like tag along with Danny and Terry and help set up some of the tents.
You know, and I would say the majority of the time, these bands, because they were just like hanging out, they would make their way into the barbecues as well. Like they were just kind of accepted into that crowd. And it's kind of crazy. Like at what point did security like leave and just like people were able to walk in? Because they didn't have passes, they didn't have tickets or anything like that. But you would have thought that it would have just been overwhelmed with fans, like once that got out there, but it never was. I mean, it happened sometimes, but for the most part, it was just the bands on tour and the crew and stuff. And then like these bands that like followed it. It's like, for some reason they just got the guts or knew who to talk to or hang out with and just made their way in, and it was all good. Yeah, it's cool.
I think it also had a lot to do with the fact that like, even when security wasn't there, like we were pretty self-policing, because it is like, it is kind of like a privilege to work on Warped Tour. Like it's something that, you know, a lot of people wanted to do and very few people got to do, even though there was like, what, 1,000 of us out there. But like, you know, if somebody snuck into the barbecue, if they were behaving themselves and having a good time and like nobody was complaining, like sure, let them hang out. It's fine, whatever. They seem to be a cool kid. But if like they come in, they just like get drunk off of the barbecue band's junk punch, and start crashing into the DJ and like whatever, like they're obviously underage and like puking in the bushes, going onto people's buses, like that's when we as a group would just be like, no, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And I've taken some people's wristbands too, because I'm like, you're underage, get the fuck off my bus.
I think you nailed it on the self-policing thing. That makes sense to me, that like you knew who was following the tour, and you could kind of pay attention to who was like supposed to be there and who were just like fans that were like hanging around. And
Right.
and I don't even think like oftentimes those fans like really did anything too terrible, because most of the time they're just like talking to themselves and just like looking around like, oh,
they're like, I don't want to do
how did we get here? What are we doing here right now? Like,
I don't know where my car is parked.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I can ask one of these people in this band that I love.
Oh my god, it's Chiodos.
Exactly. No, I when you mentioned that earlier about the bands that just kind of hang outside and stuff, I was telling you that I made friends with one of these bands, and at the time they were driving around in a car. There were 3 of them, and their whole point was they were just following the tour every day, as many days as they could, and they were just going to try to sell CDs or make awareness for their band. And, you know, the next year they were in a van, and, you know, the next year I think they brought equipment in case, you know, something happened. But that band was called Defiance. And they actually still, they broke up, but they're getting back together here soon. They're starting to put out new stuff, so check them out. But I actually became like really good friends with them. And I did stuff on their CD, and I would help them sell records out in the front. You know, I had a night where I sold like 70 of their CDs. Something like really crazy. They were like, dude, you're crushing it. And I was like, give me another one. Give me more. Give me more. I was like going through selling to kids. No, but
it gets addicting. Once you get on a roll, it's like you just get this high. You're like, I want to sell all of them.
Yeah, I think that carries over. I used to work at Guitar Center too, and I had a day where I was the top seller it was on Black Friday. I wasn't even like a good seller, but the day that it happens, you're like, all right, here, you guitar, check out, boom, you guitar, check out, boom. You know, it does. You can get in that mood, and then all of a sudden now you're like selling to everybody. But no, I had a lot of fun with them. Lifelong friends, like I said. They're working on a new CD. I've heard some of the songs, and yeah, very cool guys. And it was nice to they always had a vehicle or something like that, you know, like you could walk around, you can get in their van. We would go get like local barbecue or something like that. They had YMCA like passes, so you have access to every YMCA. You could go shower, you could swim, you could exercise, you could do anything you wanted, and you had like covering, indoors, air conditioning, all that. You just have to get a pass for YMCA. I was like, dude, you guys are smart. Yeah, actually, one of the guys wrote a book.
Really?
Yeah, it's down here somewhere, but it's called #Dude What's Tour Like. And it's just the whole book is just full of like expectation versus reality. Like, this is kind of what we thought it would be like, but here's more the truth of it. And it kind of lays out, like, if you do plan on going on tour, here's the tips, or here's how it's going to unfold. But also, like, it lays out things that are like, if you think this is a career you want to go down, or you like this, here's the reality of it. You know what I mean? It's not what you think it is, but it's an easy read, and it's very accurate, especially based on their experience.
I feel like I need to get this because so after, I think I did like 8 or 9 summers on Warped Tour eventually, like at the very end of it, I think I did like 8. And I remember interviewing with Disney.
I swear it's here.
To go out on the Beauty and the Beast tour, and like Warped Tour is it's a huge selling point to get on just about any tour. Like, if you tell anybody that you're applying for their tour, like, oh, I did 8 years on Warped Tour, they're like, great, you can fucking handle anything.
Yes. Yeah.
If you're like, oh, I did 1 year, they're like, oh, okay. But if you came back year after year, you're obviously a masochist and there's something wrong with you and you work hard because Kevin didn't kick you off. So you're definitely probably worth bringing onto the crew. But I was
we had a guy who did Celtic Women one year, and we're like like, oh my gosh. Like he had a lot of experience from doing this like massive festival tour or whatever.
Oh yeah.
I found the book, by the way.
They play huge theaters. Oh my gosh, yes.
A survival guide for the touring musician. It's pretty cool too, because it's got like little illustrations of like
a merch booth.
Yeah, merch booth and how it's laid out, like what you can expect for them to look like and stuff.
I feel like you
is this piracy?
Like,
sorry, Brett.
No, I remember in my interview process with Disney, they're like, this sweet woman in HR was like, so tell me about Warped Tour, and I was like, well, you go days without showering. It's from before sunup till 9 p.m. You're out in the elements day after day. You get sunburned and exhausted and drunk and party and have fun, and it's disgusting and gross, and every day is the worst and best day of your life. And she's like, oh my God.
People don't know how to react to it. Yeah.
She was like, oh, well, okay. She's like, well, do you plan on doing that again? I'm like, well, if you don't hire me for this, I need to find a summer tour. So I'm going to find one. She's like, oh God, we need to not do that for you. Like, we need to get you off this tour. I was like, thank you for your pity. I'll take the job with Disney.
I still think like, I mean, we had some great tours, but I think just the overall vibe of being on the tour, and like when you wake up, you're like, okay, I have a signing here. And I have like from the band's perspective, like I have a signing here and I have to perform at this time. And then, I might want to do this or whatever, but you can go out and you can like experience like all these other bands. You can watch the shows and you have plenty of time to hang out with a ton of people that you would never normally tour with. Like the Main, for instance, right? You know what I mean? Like you get to see their set, you get to hang out, you get to know them. But it's like, but that tour would never happen really. The Main and Devil Wears Prada, it doesn't work. So, it's very cool to cross over with a lot of different people. Yeah. I love that tour.
Yeah. I miss it. I hope that Kevin is brewing something for like 2024.
So it's tricky.
We can all be old people and go back out on tour and hang out again. like I don't want to go work it. I just want to go hang out in reverse daycare with everybody because we're all so old and our bodies are so broken that we can't stand in the pit.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'll still bribe Gary O to go stand on the side stage of the main stage.
Yeah.
Bring him some carrot cake. It'll be fun. Now when you guys toured, did you guys ever like, because you guys had a bus, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So did you guys like ever do movie nights or like did you guys like go see movies? Because I remember there's a few days when like we would have totally off like the golden days. What would you guys do with your golden days?
Usually, like at the time, I think like I think we would normally park near a mall, near a movie theater, and near a restaurant that like we thought we would like. So we had a couple different places like that we just knew, like, because when you're on tour, there's certain cities that like the drive is you never play this city than this city. There's always a date between those two cities. So you kind of have your go-to every tour, that same stop. We had a couple places where there was like, like I said, a movie theater and then like a good hotel and then like a Benihana. And there was like a mall there that had like some cool like skate shops and stuff. So we would all like, it was like our opportunity to kind of, not that like, Warped Tour has a lot of skating stuff and all that, but like, I don't know, it's kind of nice to like mid-tour kind of refresh and get some like new clothes or a new watch or a hat or new flip-flops or something because yours are breaking. I mean, like that's what those days are for. So we always usually try to make them as like relaxing and rehabilitating as possible. I don't know about, I know I have a really weird story one time where the new Harry Potter movie was out and I really wanted to see it, but I knew I was like, no one, I don't know how I'm going to get there. And I didn't want to pay like a taxi or something like that. But I had someone who was willing to take me, and they were like, I can only take you there, so you'd have to come back, or you'd have to walk back or something. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to go alone. And then like they were friends with this other band called City Lights.
Oh
And
yeah.
and the bassist was, I think it was the bassist, might have been the drummer. I'm not really sure what he played, but he was like, dude, I love Harry Potter. And I'd never met him before. So me and him went on this like mandate, if you will, to go see Harry Potter. And then we got Subway afterwards, and we like walked back, and then we like never hung out again. Like it was like me and him went and saw the movie, got some food, ate some cookies, and came back. And then that was in Scranton, I remember. Just because who was visiting, was able to make it out to Scranton. But no, that was pretty crazy. And then I found out now that Ashi, who is the singer of that band, he's in Beartooth now. Yeah. But he's still roommates with that guy. So I was on the phone with Ashi one time, and he's like, no, that's it. He's here. He's in the room. And I'm like, whoa, crazy. Worlds colliding. And speaking of worlds colliding, that's like how we know each other too.
Yeah. I mean, it was so funny when Lacey brought you up to me, and I was like, because it was during I think it was right after it was either right before or right after the draft for Schmodown, and she was like, oh, James would be really great in this. And I remember reaching out to you and being like, hey, wait a minute. We know each other. By the way, do you have any questions about Schmodown? And it was really funny. We were just like kind of reconnected. But yeah, I remember one time we had a day off. I cannot remember where, but I've been back there. It was the middle of nowhere, and we had a day off. And I remember going to see the Simpsons movie with Every Avenue. And their tour manager, whose name I cannot bring back to my mind, but she was awesome. Her last name was Swan. She's like super healthy now. She's like super tall and thin and gorgeous and stunning. Ridiculous. But yeah, I remember
that sounds familiar to me.
Right? Like it's one of those, like if I showed her to you, like you'd be like, oh my God, yes. She had like really long hair and like bangs, blue eyes.
Well, you just described 80% of Warped Tour.
I know. It's so
male
hard.
And female. Really long hair, bangs.
It wasn't an unnatural color, I will say that. So that does narrow it down quite a bit.
That's true. That was the neon era.
It was right after the whole like black hair emo look and into like I want to call it like psychedelic pop, because it was very much like Cobra Starship style of like bright colors, neon everything.
Yeah. See, yeah, there's a couple bands that like went that direction. Like Paramore went that direction. Boys Like Girls went that direction. Cobra Starship probably started that direction. You know, they just kind of were that. And then you had all the other bands that were like, I don't know, like they didn't at all see that like as a trend. They saw it as like the next thing. So they were completely that. Like there were Millionaires and Broken Side and stuff like, and they just like completely like leaned into that culture.
Sorry, just my eye twitches when those two bands get mentioned. Just, I don't like to talk disparagingly about bands, but oh my God, like, whoa. Those
think part of it was because it was a shock. Like you either made the decision to go that direction and do it as good as you can, or you just recognized like, I don't know, it's one of those bands or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's something like we never did it. So we saw, although we kind of were victim to it a little bit, like, cause Hot Topic totally went neon. Oh, yeah. So we would be like, here's our shirt design. And they're like, we were thinking this one, and it's like all pink and green, you know, we're like, okay. And then it would like sell a ton. Yeah.
They just add those like neon light overlays on top of your band picture. They're like, done. It's like, all right.
We're like, fine. All right, go ahead.
I mean, I will say this, when I was touring with Broadway shows and I stopped touring with bands and Warped Tour and stuff, like I would miss it. I would miss everything about like the punk rock side of touring so much that I would literally go to a mall and just like stand in a Hot Topic and like pick up a wall of t-shirts and cry, which really scared people. I'm like, oh, there's this grown woman in her 30s staring at t-shirts and crying because Fall Out Boy's playing on the radio. Like what? And I'm like, no, you don't get it. It's not Fall Out Boy. It's like, my tongue is the B-side to your heart, Fall Out Boy. Like, this is Fall Out Boy. You don't understand. And then I just sounded like a crazy.
It's really weird that you bring that up, because I was going through my Apple Music the other day and I was like, you know what I never hear? I never hear Fall Out Boy on my like shuffle thing. And I went through and I was like, oh, I didn't add these. So I went through and I added, you know, all the records or whatever. And I chose from under the cork tree, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to listen to this all the way through. And I was like, I still like Fall Out Boy. I do. But there was something totally different about like those first couple records. And I was thinking, you know, like, how do we get like 2005 Fall Out Boy back? You know, like who can they put out another one of those records? Cause you know, even if it isn't like the way the industry is going, I think there's enough people up there that would want to hear it, that it would like create hype around, like they wrote an old record again, like they went back to their original style. I don't even know if that's best for the band, but I would think it would be like a really cool publicity thing to do. I don't know.
I'm with Kyle. Take This to Your Grave goes hard in the paint. I love Take This to Your Grave. Like, honestly, I'm almost 40. I'm like in my late 30s, and at this point, I will fuck up a pit if I hear "Where is your boy?" I will push 16-year-olds out of the way by the scruff of their neck. I do not care. This is not your song. This is mine. And if they release a new album like the old one, man, it would just be so much fun. I did get to see them headline.
Or like Saturday.
Oh my God, Saturday.
But like the end of that, where like, well, na na na, you know, it's like when it kicks in. Like, I remember going to Warped Tour, and I want to say like 2003 or something, and they were on it. And that was like obviously their last song, because it was not the biggest song, but it was like the heavy song that they knew it was going to build up, big anticipation. And when that kicks in, everybody was going to like break out in a pit or whatever. But a crazy time like that to that Warped Tour in particular. I wasn't on it. I just went to it, and it was nuts.
Yeah, I remember going to see them live, and they were opening for Armor for Sleep. And that shit blew my mind. Like, going back and looking at my photo album from back then, it's crazy.
You know what I'm thinking? I think that sounds familiar, but I don't think I went to that tour. What always shocked me was I saw Panic at the Disco, and they opened for like Anne Boleyn or something.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and maybe it was Hello Goodbye. Yeah, I think it was Panic at the Disco, and then like Anne Boleyn, and then Hello Goodbye or something like that. Yeah, it was really crazy. And I remember thinking like, this is that tour where like the 3 of 5 is the biggest band on this tour. Yeah. And it just is, they blew up that quickly. That everybody is here to see them, and then like people will go home, unfortunately, for all the other bands. And I liked Hello Goodbye. I was there to see them, but I remember thinking Panic at the Disco was like huge at this point. Crazy how big that band got, you know, out of nowhere.
It's always fun to go to a concert, which is something I very deeply miss, is going to a concert and only knowing like 1, maybe 2 bands on the bill. And then you see one of the ones that you don't know, and you're like, they're going to be huge. And like the next thing you know, like 6 months later, they're all over the radio. Everyone's wearing their shirt from Hot Topic. You know, they're headlining Warped Tour, and you're like, this is exactly what I knew was going to happen. And it's so nice to see like that happen for people, because it's like, in this day and age, I mean, if anything's been proven true this last year, it's that you don't need to tour. You don't need to, like, that whole grassroots punk rock tour type isn't needed anymore to be big. And that kind of makes me like really sad. Cause like there was nothing better than watching some band from like the middle of nowhere bust their ass to go on tours and slowly watch their career get better and better and better. And then the next thing you know, they're like headlining stadiums and you're like just proud.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will say that the reverse of that is watching a band that is so good and nobody cares.
Oh my God, that hurts so bad.
It sucks. It sucks knowing that like some of the best bands, some of the best groups of musicians that really put out these like amazing records, and had these really cool and inventive live shows and things, like whatever it was, nicest people, they just could never catch the buzz or the hype or whatever it takes. I mean, nobody really knows what it is. It just, Post Malone goes to bed and he wakes up and he's famous. Like literally. So it's like, it's nuts sometimes, like how things happen, but it's really unfortunate when you watch a band that like goes for a very long time. Like Pierce the Veil, for instance, was a band that I was like, this band will never be big because they are amazing, but they will never catch on. And then like, 2013 maybe, like all of a sudden they like something caught fire. And I was like, I'm so glad they finally made it, man. Cause like we were touring with them in, 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, and just nobody wanted to watch them,
Which
and
is
it was
so
just
sad.
such a bummer.
They're so theatrical and so big, but like,
and
they're also like the nicest guys in the entire world. And I remember going, and I think it was 2013 that they co-headlined the Spring Fever tour with All Time Low. And I happened to get to go to the last show of the tour, and those guys, they're kind of pranksters, because it was them, it was All Time Low, Pierce the Veil, and I think it was Every Avenue. And like Every Avenue came on, and it was, it's the last day on tour, so everybody's pranking each other. So like they came in and slowly started taking the drum set away piece by piece throughout the last song, to where he was just left with a kick.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't know what to do. Like they took his drumsticks and everything, so he couldn't even like hit the top of it. It was so funny. And then during All Time Lows, they Pierce the Veil came out and played a mini game of like beer pong on stage during their last song. And then during All Time, because Pierce the Veil was headlining that night, so then the last song, All Time Low, brought, like, I remember standing side stage at the Fillmore in San Francisco, or at the Orpheum in San Francisco, and like Ryan and who else came up? Ryan and Jack came up with just their arms loaded full of not popped champagne bottles. And I'm like, okay, you can't like take these on stage. Someone's going to lose an eye. And so I like mommed them, and I'm like, give me all the bottles, and like slowly like uncorked them to the side. I'm like, you can still spray them. Just shake them up and spray with your thumb. They're like, okay. So like everybody takes it out, and then they leave me with one of the bottles, and Jack drags me out on stage, and I'm like, I'm not part of this. Like, I just opened your bottle. So I'm standing side stage, like right off of stage left, just like with a full bottle of champagne, just like drinking. I'm like, I guess, well, if you can't stop them, may as well join them.
Yeah.
But those guys,
yeah, tour pranks were always fun. They were always fun to watch. I think they were always cool because like, for the audience, there would always be like that one tour day where like everybody's set had a prank, or whatever, because it's the last day of Warped Tour or whatever. And then I never knew if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Like if people were like, I wish I could just watch the regular set, but I always thought it would be pretty interesting from that perspective to be that city, because everybody else sees the regular set and you were getting this like special set where like you would be watching Pierce the Veil and for some reason All Time Low comes out. It's like doing guest vocals or something, but you get like this new interesting thing or whatever.
Well, I mean, I actually got to prank Less Than Jake on the last day of, I think it was 2008, because their intro music was Star Wars music. And so, I think they came in to, I know, quick little tie-in as we move forward in our discussions. I think it was the Imperial March And one of the girls that was working AT&T with me, I talked to her and I was like, we have to prank them because they're like the biggest 5-year-olds ever. Like they're just these big, goofy, older dudes, punk dudes that are like on this tour
they've been doing it so long. No, this doesn't matter. They're just here to play some songs and hang out.
They're just chill dudes and funny, and like they just have the attitude of like 12-year-old boys where everything is funny and it's fun. So we decided they had pulled some prank with us during one of their signings. And so Lindsay and I decided that we were going to prank them back. And so we borrowed lightsabers from someone on tour. And right before they were going, like right as they were like, side stage, getting ready to go on stage and like the music's playing, we shoulder past them and run out and start having a lightsaber fight on their stage, and everyone's cheering, and like I think she killed me, and like we died, and then they came on, and like Chris was like, are you gonna leave? Like, and we have a show. And I'm like, no.
What are you doing? Get out of here.
I'm like, don't step on me.
Weird. It's weird you said Lindsay too, because Lindsay was like the one person that I connected with at that AT&T. Like we hung out all the time.
She's so sweet.
Yeah. And she was even around, I think, the next year too. Was she not?
I think so.
Or the next time. I don't know. I just remember seeing her at subsequent Warped Tours. Maybe she was just visiting or something like that. But
yeah. She was a sweet little puppy. She was so young and innocent back then. So young. Oh, our talks we had. I should bring her on. That would be really funny to recap those with her. But speaking of Star Wars, see how I did that? Bring it on back. So what, like, were you just like a lifelong Star Wars fan? Because you guys, like, tell me about your Star Wars show.
Resistance Broadcast. So yeah, we are the official podcast of a website called Star Wars Newsnet, and it's weird because it's not StarWarsNews.net, it's StarWarsNewsNet.com. But anyway, they are the world's largest fan site of Star Wars news or whatever. So people, it's like the most common place people go to get Star Wars news. And I always liked Star Wars, right? But I liked the movies and I thought they were cool. And, I decided I was going to get like back into them like somewhere around like 2012 or whatever. Then I started learning a lot about like how there was all these comics and books and stuff. And I just remember thinking like, there's so much. There's no way I'm ever going to get to this. It goes too deep. It's too deep. And then like almost like it was meant to be, right at that time, Disney buys Star Wars, or Disney buys Lucasfilm, and they make this big proclamation that says we're wiping the canon, and only the movies, only this one show, and a couple random comics are officially canon. And from now on, as we put things out, like a book, a comic, or whatever, that's the new full story. So if you want to jump in, now's the time to jump in. It's like they made an issue 1 again, and now all of a sudden there's a new story. And I was like, oh, this is it. This is totally it. So I just took that opportunity right then and started reading all the comics, all the books, all the stuff. And in the process of doing that, I started going to Star Wars Newsnet and realized they had a podcast, and was listening to that podcast. And then at the time they were like, hey, if you want to be a guest, come on the show. And I was like, okay, is that really? Okay, I will do that. I'll email you. And they were like, yeah, come on. So then I was very pumped the first time it happened. And then I politely wrote back and said, is there, if you ever want me to back on again, I'd love to come on. And they were like, yeah, come back. And I was like, cool. And then it happened so often that I became a regular. And then I don't know, just like slowly we formulated a crew and made the podcast what it is. And it's been such a cool opportunity working with the website and doing the podcast, because in a lot of ways, the podcast has become my new band. Like there was this time where it was me and this group of people, and we were like, we're trying to create content and we're trying to figure out ways to get other people to pay attention to that content. We're trying to get people figure out ways so that people can invest in us, and we'll make money from it, and we can turn it into something, you know. And it's cool now because like we went to Celebration and you're there and you're participating, but yet there's so many people there, but yet you can go back to the hotel room and it's like you and your band members, you know. It's like, okay, so it's us and we're hanging out and we have a plan, and then we're going to go out there and do it and make it all work. And it was very cool. And it has been awesome, you know, to kind of have that new thing that is like, I don't know, like a band, a creative endeavor that I put forth a lot of my effort into trying to make graphics and make it cool and make it fun, you know, and make it interesting. And what are people wanting to talk about? And it's the same as like what music is popular now. Let's write an album like that. So I really love what it is. It's called The Resistance Broadcast. You can find it anywhere, including YouTube. So it's Spotify and any one of those other podcast apps or whatever. Yeah.
And just click on the link tree below in the description. It'll take you to all the links for that. So basically you just went back to being a pirate band, basically.
Kind of, yeah. I just like, I don't know, just trying to come up with any way, like, please listen, please listen, please listen, please listen. Yeah.
Do you want to hear my band?
Yeah. I mean, it really is like that. Yeah. Do you want to hear my podcast? The crazy thing is like when you're in a band, everybody knows what music is. But like half the battle sometimes is people being like, I love Star Wars. And I'm like, oh, you do? I do a Star Wars podcast. And they're like, I don't listen to podcasts. It's like, you know?
Yeah.
It's like almost the same as like, I don't like anything with screaming or something. And you're like immediately like, well, you're probably not going to like us then. But the cool thing is that podcasts are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like more people are doing them more regularly. I think everybody has kind of realized or come to the recognition that it's similar to like a book. Like you might not be into reading, but if you are into reading, there's a book about everything, like any topic you're interested in. So you might not be into listening to the radio or listening to someone talk or whatever, but if you are, there's a podcast about anything, and it's just a form of medium. And what is it? YouTube is like that too. Like, you know, you can go on YouTube. I even talked to my mom about this recently, and she said I don't know, she like put something into YouTube one time and somebody taught her how to do something. And then like all of a sudden it clicked. She's like, I get why YouTube's big. I thought it was just like movies and stuff, you know? Yeah. She's like, no, anybody can do this. Anybody can create their own thing and make a channel and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, YouTube. It's like U-Haul. We don't haul, you haul, YouTube.
It's the world's largest free form of education.
Yeah. I'm big into that too.
You can literally learn to do anything on YouTube. Sometimes to the detriment of you and your society and your house. But I mean,
it's crazy because like my wife was like a college, she like did the college thing, and I was like total opposite of that. I was like no school, road, band, that kind of thing. But like even looking at it now, I feel like in a weird way, like she was the last of it and I was just ahead of the curve, in the sense that like I'm not entirely positive my son will go to college. Like what will the world be like when he's 18?
Yeah.
Because I just feel like the world of education is just going through so many changes. What is really the point of going to pay this school so that this person who knows what they're talking about can teach you, when you could just go on YouTube and advertisers will pay that person to teach you, you know?
Right.
It's like we've set up this model that it already is on the way to becoming the new way for everybody to learn anything, you know?
Yeah. And I love that. Cause like, I didn't go to like, I think I did a few semesters in college, and then I got my massage therapy license, which is how I ended up on Warped Tour, initially as a massage therapist in reverse daycare. And then I just worked from there and climbed up and did different jobs. And honestly, the education that I got on the road, being paid to do that, is more invaluable than any degree I've ever had, or that I ever could have had, because like you learn so much more about yourself by being put in these like incredibly stress-inducing situations, that there's no way that you don't know how to, like, even if you're just around somebody, like I know how to coil cables correctly. I know how to plug in an amp. I know the proper way to load a truck. Like I know how to do all of these things because I watched it and I helped. And like you do all these crazy things, and that kind of translates into weird other aspects of your life. Like now I have to help all of my friends move because I know how to pack a moving truck properly, because I packed so many band trucks, you know, like,
yeah,
like, I've sold merchandise so many times. I literally just, my friend actually got sick one time and I did her laundry, and she's like, you have to come do my laundry every time because all of the folds are so precise. And I'm like, it's so weird. Or like, you know, some assholes yelling at you in traffic and you're like, I dealt with this before. This is an angry customer. Like, I don't need to deal with this, and just
that's a big one. Yeah.
Disney my way away from this. Or yell at him and warp tour my way into a fight. It's one or the other.
I mean, it's funny because like, if you want to make the band comparison, like John and Lacey, this is like their first endeavor kind of into that, you know? And like me, I often will be like, you know, when somebody's saying this thing on Twitter about like our show or criticism or something like that, I'm like, you know, like they'll take it more personally or whatever. And I'm like, you guys, you'll learn this eventually, but like, you know, don't do this stuff. Don't look into this. Or like my experience is like when I learned that, you know, why fans do these things or why these other bands say things about your show, you know, like maybe it's not a fan. It's worse when like, you know, you're like have this beef with this other band who says like you suck or something like that. And that can happen in the podcast world too. Yeah. Like, you know, and it's just, it's one of those things like you can't let that stuff affect you. You know, you just have to keep doing what you're doing, because at the end of the day, like fans don't care, you know, nope. And fans are the ones that are making you successful.
Yeah. Speaking of the devil, John Hoey popped in. And says, hey all, I'm a field metal musician, so James thinking our pod is like being in a band is my redemption arc.
Yeah, there are some great pictures of John where now he has short hair. He's kind of like me, even shorter, I think. But like he has long hair and like baggy jeans and stuff. And he's got like his guitar like hanging down and stuff. And I think there's one where he's even like giving metal fingers or something. And it's so funny. It's like, man, I think I knew like 20 of you.
Yeah.
At one point. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always, I always use the term, I know that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know him, but I know that guy. Like, yeah. I've toured with that guy before, you know, like there's always that one guy. And I have to explain myself every time. But when I'm around people like you, I'm like, oh yeah, we toured with that guy, right? You're like, yeah, yeah, 100%. It's probably a guy named Jeff.
Or John.
Or John. People are popping in. Hey, Peg. But yeah, hey. So you love Star Wars. What are your top like 4 or 5 like favorite movies just to like pop on and watch and make you laugh or make you cry? Just like your favorite go-tos.
I like Tron Legacy.
PJ Campbell somewhere just got a heart on. Love that movie.
Yeah, it's so cool to me. Like I was aware of the original Tron, but like it never really like sparked. I could imagine that at a very specific time for a lot of people, that would have been a movie that they'd never seen anything like it. And the whole concept of going into a computer probably at the time was very Matrixy, you know, and people are like, whoa, I never thought about that. Like, what would it be like inside of a computer? And this with all these new gadgets or new special effects and stuff, they were able to kind of make that possible. But that movie is crazy dated. Like it's hard to watch it and really like get pulled into it. But I feel like Legacy like completely did it perfectly. Like the aesthetic, the music, the story, the father-son angle, like the fact that there's new life inside the computer and all this. And I was like the Resistance broadcast 100% do the make Solo 2 happen thing, and I want to talk about that in a little bit.
Oh, of course.
But like, if there was ever another sequel that I wanted more than anything, I want another Tron movie so bad. And it recently, I mean, it's been in the works for a very long time. It kind of got another one of those like, it's coming things, and Jared Leto is involved, and he was tweeting about it and stuff. So I'm like, I hope that, and Disney World's getting the Tron roller coaster.
Oh yeah.
So it makes sense that in the process of launching the new coaster, they would have the movie and stuff. So it's oddly like the movie would almost be promotion for the roller coaster. Like they're like, we'll spend, $100 million or whatever, make this movie, and Tron will be big again, hopefully, and people want to come and check out the ride and stuff. So, but yeah, I'm big into Tron Legacy, and I want to see that Star Wars Tron crossover, like Tron but with lightsabers. It would be so awesome.
They're just on the grid. All of a sudden, somebody whips out a lightsaber and cuts off the front of the other bike.
Yes, it would be so sweet to see like Rey, and then for whatever reason she goes in the portal, and then she's like Tron Rey. Like they give her that new aesthetic. It'd be so awesome.
She could do the white suit, but like pay homage to Leia, and like it'd be
I love
this
it.
just sounds like a drunken like high conversation that I'm super excited to have. Did you say that Jared Leto was linked with the next Tron?
No, yeah, that's what I said that earlier. Yeah, Jared Leto was involved. He was tweeting about it and stuff. He's been involved for a while, I think, like dating back long before they even like officially announced it. It was like a rumored character that they were looking at to star in it. And he seems right to me, coming right off of Blade Runner 2049, which sidestep is a complete masterpiece.
It's
2049. Stunning. You watch that movie and you see him in this, and you go, hero, villain, whatever. I buy Jared Leto as like this technological mystery person that could be very intelligent, and I buy him as a character that could pull that off. I almost want to say that it was like 2049 that really turned heads and be like, whoa, didn't we have like Jared Leto attached to Tron? We need to make this happen because this seems right. Yeah,
I have a personal beef with him. So anytime his name gets mentioned, my eyes just kind of roll back into my skull. But it's one of those can't. I will never speak ill of his talent because he is incredibly talented. Like, the man can sing, he can act.
Yes.
Like, he's so good in everything he's in. He's just, from what I remember of him, was just not a nice person.
There are absolutely those people like Tom Cruise. You're like crazy, but also really good. I like Tom Cruise movie. You know what I mean? You're like Kanye West. You're like, that dude's nuts. You're like, but his music's awesome. There's definitely certain people that the crazy aspect is what makes that person entertaining. And in a weird way, it's like kind of, it's cool and it's unfortunate, but Jared Leto definitely is one of those people that you're like, yo, that guy's like nuts. Like, I don't know if I could ever really be friends with that person. There's a place, you might know this actually. There's a place in Wisconsin where down in the basement, there's like this legend of the pool.
The Rave.
You drown in the pool.
The
Eagles ballroom, all that. Yeah.
Fuck that place. No.
Have you ever gone down in the tunnels?
Yes, it is. Okay. So I love scary movies, but when it comes to real life hauntings and stuff, I'm the only one that would live in a horror movie because I would not go inside the fucking house. I would sit in the car with it running, ready to go. Like, no, don't poke the bear. So like for years, everybody would talk about the pool and the tunnels. And I'm like, I'm basically done with touring in that kind of way. I'm never going to go down there. And then I ended up on another tour and we played the Eagles room or the Rave, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And the only shower that they had for the females was down there.
Oh yeah, because they opened up they kind of opened up the area. So the green room, like you almost have to go through the pool to get there.
Yeah. And so I, by myself, as the only female on the tour, literally asked one of the guys, I was like, can you just like come and like sit outside the room? Because like I'm legitimately terrified. And he left. while I was in the shower. So I come out of the shower and he's nowhere to be seen. I am flipping out. Got lost in the tunnels getting back because I'm starting
Did
to
you
freak out.
really? Oh my
It
gosh.
was so bad. I was having a full-on panic attack by the time I got back to the merch booth, and they're like, "Where were you?" And I'm like, "You left me." It was terrifying. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, the reason why it's haunted is because some kid drowned in the pool, but also there's an apartment complex, like kitty corner to the venue, and that was where, was it Gacy killed a bunch of kids?
Oh, yeah, no. I was gonna say you said apartment complex. I was like, I don't know about this, but I know there's a hotel.
Oh, it used to be apartment complex and it got turned into a hotel. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember who it was, but yeah, it was someone. It was someone that like had bodies inside of refrigerators.
Yeah. He was a cannibal.
Very well known case. But yeah, he's at that. Is it Ambassador?
I can't remember.
The name of the hotel?
I tried not to make eye contact with it.
Yeah.
I don't like.
But then, there's the story of the kid drowning in the pool or whatever. And again, that might even be one of those things like urban legend. I never looked into figure out if it was like true, or if it was just like the story. But yeah, in the tunnel, bands will go in there and they write graffiti and stuff. And I found a bunch of 30 Seconds to Mars graffiti, and it's like very ritual and like I don't even know, like off the cuff in the circumstance, it feels like satanic, but I'm not going to say that it is, it could be Hindu or something. I have no clue. Whatever it was, it was symbolism and stuff. And it was like this stuff like I am the God and stuff. And it's like, this is just crazy. Like, I don't know. It sounds like the salesman or the person that understands like how to create hype and stuff. Sometimes I really think that Jared Leto is one of those people that's like, what is the craziest thing I can do? And he knows that if he goes in that tunnel, that all these bands go down and they see all sorts of graffiti. That graffiti is going to stand out, and they're going to tell this 30 Seconds to Mars Jared Leto story for years. Like, so I think he might not be as crazy as he comes across, but he does the crazy stuff because it gets the publicity.
Interesting.
But also he might just be crazy. Yeah.
But also I mean, they had that whole advertisement for like that retreat, right? Where he all of his followers were coming, and I'm like, this is the most Jared thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
like
Jesus Leto.
I just remember when that when that link just started getting posted everywhere, and I remember it ended up on like there's a Warped Tour group for like anybody who's been on or played Warped Tour. And I just remember that getting posted and just like thousands of comments just like laughing at it and being like, this sounds right. Like, yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah. By the way, I thought of another movie.
Yes.
Pop Star, Never Stopping. Favorite comedy ever.
Really?
Yes. It used to be Happy Gilmore, and I still love Happy Gilmore, but I regularly think about Pop Star, like all the time. I think about the songs. I think about the quotes. I think about all the characters. I go back to it so often. I really love that movie. I saw that movie in theater three times because I just kept pulling more people. I was like, dude, it was everything you want in a movie. I loved it. And maybe it was like a little bit of the band thing in me that was like, even though it was a scene that was like way bigger than us. It was like Justin Bieber, Katy Perry scene, right, more or less. We were never that. But I think there was something about, like, I don't know, I guess just like maybe that he had this band and they were friends and then they weren't friends or whatever, maybe something about that story like resonated with me. But just in general, like I like Andy Samberg, and I thought like they really did a good job on that movie. And then it was like what we were talking about earlier, like it was this great thing that nobody cared about and it just like didn't do well at the theaters or anything. And I'm like, man, I would love to see those characters return. Like if they could make a sequel to Pop Star, I would be so happy.
I love how talking about how crazy Jared Leto is reminded you of Pop Star. Like that just made me really,
Yeah.
I'm like, he would, that's incredibly accurate. If Jared Leto was a pop star, he would be Andy Samberg.
Yeah.
I feel that deep down in my soul.
Have you seen that movie?
I have, but for some reason, I don't know what it is. Andy Samberg movies and like roles are just like, they don't like resonate with me. Like, I'm just kind of like, all right. Because I feel like the characters that he plays are always that guy I toured with. Like that guy who would take jokes to the extreme and not understand that a courtesy laugh is not a real laugh, you know? Like that pusher who tells like the worst jokes ever, and you're like, oh, okay, Craig. And then he thinks that you think that you're fun, that he's funny. Like that's what I feel like.
It's funny because the movie, like, it starts off with him like having a group of friends, and like there's people like he hangs out with people that, let's call them agreeable, and like he like shoots the hoop and turns around, and they're like, and it totally misses the basket, and they're all like, oh, it went in, you know, and stuff. It's like everything that he does is like everybody's just kind of egging him on because they want to be part of his posse or whatever. Yeah. I really like that movie a lot. I don't know what it is. I think I connect with movies if I can connect with their soundtrack.
That's fair.
So this is a good example because I mentioned Tron earlier, and I really liked the Tron soundtrack and the other record that they did where it was like they got a bunch of DJs to remix all the songs, and it's really cool. So I like that. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
But then Popstar, it's basically a Lonely Island record. So if you like Lonely Island, you like the jokes, or you think that music's like fun to listen to and funny, then you watch the movie, then you listen to the album, you learn the songs, you listen to the album a couple times, and every time you listen to the album, it just reminds you of how good the movie is. So then you want to go watch the movie, and then you get the songs in the movie, but you only get a snippet. So then you want to go back and listen to the album, and it just goes back and forth.
Just a snake eating its tail.
Yeah. Yep. And there was another movie. This isn't like one of my favorites, but recently Will Ferrell did Eurovision with Rachel McAdams, and
perfect.
I liked the movie, but I liked the soundtrack more because they like expand on all the songs and stuff. And I was like, these are great songs, and it's all kind of a play on Eurovision, but you know, I think again in like our world, it reminds me of Warped Tour because there's like this one kind of band, but like I like that song, and then there's another type of band, and I like that song too. It's good soundtrack and then movie collaboration. Listening to the thing makes me feel like I'm watching the movie again, so that's always fun.
Yeah, I was really rooting for them to win the Oscar for best song because I was like,
oh yeah,
in my head I was like, if they win, Will Ferrell's gonna come out in a cat suit and accept this, or do an interpretive dance while somebody else is accepting this, and that's all I want in my life right now is for this to happen.
I would want him to come out in the Viking outfit at the beginning. Right. Like that would be perfect if he accepted the award wearing that outfit.
It's one of those things where I'm like, I know you're not
Volcano
supposed to
Man.
Right, like I know you're not supposed to tell the winners that they won because it ruins things. But like if you have the opportunity to bring Will Ferrell on wearing a Viking costume to accept the award, like maybe you should do that. It sounds really, really fun. But no, I totally get you with soundtracks because it's such a great, like, our lives were music for so long, like just revolved around music and like how it made everybody feel. Do you ever, because you were talking about wanting to like being auditorily triggered to watch a movie, are there any like individual songs that like instantly set you off and you're like, I have to watch this movie now?
You know what's weird? The first one that came to mind, I mentioned Happy Gilmore earlier. It's I don't even know, and this is how bad I am at like classic music, but the song that's kind of the theme for that, anytime I ever hear it, I'm like, I have to watch Happy Gilmore now. Man, I'm trying to think of how it goes. It's like starts with the harmonica kind of dun, 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 I can't.
Oh, right. Guys, what is that?
Yeah, it's one of those like you're on the spot. I can't think of what it is.
Hold on, I'm Googling it. It's Tuesday is Gone by Leonard Skinner.
Yeah. But like that song to me immediately makes me be like, oh, it's not, but this is the theme to Happy Gilmore.
No,
and it just makes me want to watch that movie.
No, it opens and closes the movie. It's 100% the theme song to that movie. Yeah, basically anytime I hear like a 90s alt song, I'm always like, I need to rewatch Empire Records like right now.
I've never seen that.
Oh, you would love it. It's so great. It's literally just about like music fans working in a music store. It's super fun.
I've seen High Fidelity, which is kind of similar to that.
A little, yeah.
Because he does the whole thing like he doesn't know what he wants to do with his life, and then at the end he's like, wait a minute, I work in music, I love music, like these kids want a record deal, why don't I just give them that? And then he comes up with the idea to start a record label or whatever.
Yeah, becomes a producer.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know. Other movies. I know there are definitely movies that like songs trigger, and I just associate. There's a lot of songs because, like I said, I'm not really like a classic rock person, so I hear a lot of songs that immediately remind me of Guardians of the Galaxy, which is funny because I think for most people they're like, "Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy use these popular songs," and I'm like, I never really listened to or cared about those songs. So now when I hear them, I just think of Guardians.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great collection of like classic rock songs too, like some of the best ones out there. So I'm looking.
I think it's like the ABCs or whatever, the Michael Jackson one.
Oh yeah,
how the movie ends, with the drums like at the beginning.
Yeah, see, that always reminds me of Clerks too.
Copyright. You can't monetize video.
It's not monetized anyway.
No, I know. I'm just teasing.
But yeah, did you guys ever like do like movie trips to like as like groups to like go out and see while you were on tour? Or was there any like movie that was like required on the bus every time?
I mean, I know we did a couple, like we did a Star Wars marathon one time, and I know we did like a Harry Potter thing one time, like a couple of those, but I bet a lot of bands did those kinds of things. I know that we went to see certain movies as a band sometimes, like just as like, hey, this is the group activity, the band's paying for it kind of thing. I know we saw the original Transformers in theater, and I know that we actually went to see Zombieland as like, we called it like researchable material for when we did our zombie EP. Cause it was like, we decided we were going to do this. And then they, I don't know if it was announced or like this movie came out or whatever. And we were like, oh, this is like cool. And like, this is what people are into. And we're already doing the zombie thing. So we just decided we were all going to go see it or whatever. And it was a good night. I remember we all like walked to the theater that night. And, that was fun.
Yeah, market research is always great to be able to write off on your taxes. Oh, it's so much fun.
Was cool because my business was being in a band, and they were like, I mean, our management, our like money managers and stuff were like, yeah, I mean, pretty much everything you do can be tax, it can be written off on your taxes, because it was like, oh, you're going to see a movie? Well, that's research for your writing. Or you're going to buy new clothes? Well, like, people are going to see you in those clothes, and that's your image or whatever. Yep. Like anything we did, I was like, man, this is a crazy time. I could write everything off. Don't worry. We made a lot of money, and I still paid a ton of taxes.
Yeah. I remember we had somebody come in to do our taxes when I was on tour with An American in Paris. And she was like, she's like, you're not writing anything off. Like, why aren't you writing anything off? And I was like, oh, because the clothes that I buy and like the clothes that I wear are actually like my clothes, and like I wear them while I'm not working. She's like, that doesn't matter. Just give me all of your receipts. And I was like, okay. She's like, you're in merchandise. Do you ever go to concerts or anything, or buy merchandise or albums on iTunes or whatever? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, I need all of those. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? I get to write off concerts.
All music concerts, like music CDs I meant, or like anything along those lines, we're all like, this is your competition, and you're listening to this stuff to take in what's going on in that world and move forward with it. Like even when it came to movies and stuff, because all of your music videos and anything that was visual or representative or could be marketable was all part of what you were doing under the banner of your business. You know, it was crazy times.
Yeah, the instant that she told me that I could write off merchandise as market research, I was like, oh, my friends are so happy you just told me this. I literally went online that night and bought like 20 t-shirts from like bands and stuff, and I was just like, just send these all to my house. I'll find them when I get back on tour, or get off of tour. It's fine. And I like got a message from somebody, I can't even remember who it was, and they were like, did you just buy 4 shirts? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, thank you. We would have just given them to you. And I'm like, no, it's a tax write-off. It's fine.
That's cool.
I'm like, Mama's an adult now.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry.
For sure. Do you miss touring?
Yeah. Did
you miss it before this year, or did you miss it like because of this year?
I never didn't like it, you know. It was fun. I think it's like when you're on tour, you miss being home, but then when you're home, you miss being on tour. It's just kind of one of those give and take things. I think the tricky thing is just like, I've not really kept up with anybody that was ever doing it or anything, you know, like when I was in the band, most of my friends, like I had acquaintances and I knew people, but that were in the industry and doing what we were doing and stuff. But like, I felt like a lot of people who really had that scene and that the music industry was like their life. They made like lifelong friends with other band members. And I was only ever like acquaintances with those people. So like when I'm not doing it anymore, like there's no one to turn to or like no one really to keep in contact with. I have a couple people that I still like talk to, but like not even to the extent of like I'm still involved, you know?
Right.
So I don't ever go to shows, you know, I don't ever have like backstage anything, you know what I mean? I don't get to revisit or see these people again. It was very weird because it was like, you know, you're in this life and then immediately you're in this other life and all of that is just like gone. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So I can talk about it, but I don't live it at all.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
If there's one thing that you miss most about touring, what is it?
Man, that's tough. I mean, I hate to say it, it seems so obvious, but it's being on stage. It's the actual playing of the show. I think there's something about every night you never phoned it in, or at least I didn't. Like it was always this, I was always very aware, no matter how many people, it could be us headlining on the biggest tour we've ever done. And I knew there were a ton of people out there who were seeing us for the first time or already had an opinion of us that they didn't like us. And this was my opportunity to try to win them over, you know, or whatever. And then there was that feeling that all these kids are sitting there, who came specifically to see the show. And you're like, oh, I want to make sure that it's like 100%, you know. I think there's something very tangible about that was that only I had. I was like in this weird club. I was like, people don't get this opportunity. And every night I was doing it and I was like, this is really cool and such an experience. And then when it's gone, it's just like, it's gone. And it's not even like, oh, we were big and now we don't play for that many people. It's like, I played for 0 people, you know? Yeah. So when we did Star Wars Celebration and we were chosen to be on the podcast stage, I was like, this is crazy. Like, it's almost I was like, so I literally like did things that were like very band related. Like I set up our theme song so it would start playing. And then I knew like when we were going to walk out and like all this. And and it was cool because like we did it, and then like at the end, like people were laughing, and I felt like there was some interaction there, and I was like, I haven't felt this in years. It was very cool. And then it was like an honor, but like everybody stood up and clapped and stuff when the show was over, and I was like, I don't know if everybody was getting that or not, but the fact that they, that fans would do that for us and stuff, it was very cool for anybody, but it was specifically cool for me because I lived that like every day, and then like it was just gone. And so it was like this really cool moment where I was like, oh my gosh, like I feel like I'm reliving this again. And then immediately after, there was this big podcast meet and greet. And it was like it was like when you're at the signing table or not signing table, when you go to the merch table. Hey, there's Molly. What's up?
Miss Molly. Speaking of Star Wars and podcasts.
Yeah, it was it was like when you finish your set and you're like, we're gonna be in our merch booth signing, or come and talk to us. Yep. It felt like that because immediately, as soon as we were done with our set, we went over to this podcast meet and greet, and everybody was there. It was all these other podcast people. So it was like the barbecue, but then like fans were there too. And it was cool because you were getting to meet a lot of people, and everybody was like telling you how awesome you were. And I'm like, oh man, go on. This is really fun.
Don't stop.
Yeah. Cause I mean, we see like as podcasters, we see that stuff online, but like when I was in the band, it was in person every day. It's like I would go out there and talk to these people, and they were like, oh my God, you're my idol. Let me get a picture and stuff. And it's like when celebration happens, it's like I don't know. It's like this breath of fresh air that it's like, it's all worth it or something. Like it was very, very cool experience. I'm so glad we got to do it. And they just moved Celebration up from August to May. So it's 1 year away. And I'm like, oh, it's going to happen again. I'm so excited. I don't know if we'll do I don't know if, I think we have to be approved or whatever to be on the stage and all that, but whatever it is, we're going to try to do some podcast elements live, and that would be very cool. And, I don't know, man, it's nuts. And we're getting ready to head into our Make Solo 2 Happen Day, which is always another really cool experience for us.
Which is coming up next week.
Yeah.
Literally, a week from today. If you go over, make sure after we're done, you go over and click that like and subscribe button for those guys, and ring the bell because I feel like this is going to be a fun day. So tell me about this Make Star Wars 2 or the Solo 2 Happen Day, because I know I've been hearing, I just know that every time we get on a study session, Lacey is wearing it's somewhere. It's in the background. It's on a screen. It's on a shirt. It's on a hoodie. And I love Solo. I thought it was super fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so I'm definitely down for a second.
We're that movie just had everything bad happen to it. It was I'm not going to say it's like The Last Jedi's fault, but The Last Jedi was very divisive, and people had issues with it, and it was tough. It is going to be, go to Celebration, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just tough coming off of that movie. The fandom was split and all this. And then, they didn't want to market Solo because they were still trying to push Last Jedi, and just the marketing fell apart. It wasn't together. Even Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney's like, I probably messed that one up. They were like, can we move it to December? Give it some space. And he's like, no, it's coming out in May. And just everything that happened around it, and people didn't go see it, or they were just angry at Star Wars. There were so many things that just went up against it. But at the end of the day, it's a very solid movie. And it I don't know, it carries itself over and over and over again. When you go see it, you're like, oh man, this is Mary Poppins. But it started for us as one of those things where we knew that it didn't have very good reception, but we liked it. So we thought it would be fun if we made a shirt that said Make Solo 2 Happen, kind of as a joke. And we quickly recognized that people took it very seriously. And they were like, I freaking loved that movie. And I'm so glad you guys are that, you want to see this. And we were like, oh yeah, wow, this is cool. People like this. So then we were kind of pushing it a little bit more, and we found that people were coming out of the woodworks. that they really liked that we were doing that. And it was this cool thing because it was never like a demand, like, hey, Disney, listen to us. We're the fans, do this, even though the name kind of implies that because it started as a joke. The thing about it is like, we just really like the movie and we celebrate it. And we decided that we were going to give a day to it where it was like, hey, today is Make Solo 2 Happen Day. Just tweet or share or whatever it is, your love for Solo, what you'd like to see in a sequel or how you'd like to see it. Like, would you like a movie? Do you want a Disney Plus series? Whatever. And we woke up and it was like trending on Twitter. And we're like, what? Like, it's like it's 8 a.m. in the morning, you know, like what is going on? And then throughout that day, it was like all these people from Lucasfilm were like, this is great. I back this. And they were showing this and showing this. Like at one point, Ron Howard, like, was tweeting, you know, about it. And it was like, we were on, like, they created a Twitter Moments, like, and we were trending and
God.
It was so big and so much fun. And we were like, that was incredible that we felt like we had to do it again next year. And the next year, even bigger. Like we had more tweets. It was a bigger trending thing. And we're never expecting that. This will be our third year. We don't know what it's going to look like. You know, we're not anticipating anything huge, but we didn't anticipate anything big the first or second time. And it ended up that the fans came out. And I mean, you know, we have no control over that. We can try to make graphics and we can get on our Twitters or we can shout to the brick wall that is like our news feed. But it's like, if people don't see it and connect with it, then it's not going to happen. And we're really happy that we've created something that kind of feeds that positivity around this movie. That's like, hey, I thought I was the only one who really liked that movie. Or like, hey, I'll be honest, I didn't go see this in the theater because I thought it looked like crap. But I saw it and now it's like one of my favorite Star Wars movies. And it's like that type of turnaround and people, you know, feeling excited about the movie again is like, I don't know, something that I think we, like, you could kind of call like our podcast gimmick. Like, we're really happy that we kind of created that culture around this movie. And so, you know, if anybody listening is like, you know, one of those people or would like to participate in that, it helps a lot and it's cool. So May 24th, it's as easy as using the hashtag on anything, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, make a video, make a post, make a meme. Doesn't matter. Just say, I want to see this movie. I liked it.
Now, are you guys going to be doing like a watch along or anything or?
So, yeah. So normally we put out, our regular podcast puts out episodes early Monday morning and early Thursday morning, but on Make Solo 2 Happen Day, in lieu of an episode, we are going to do a live episode that night, kind of like what we're doing now. That way we can kind of talk about the experience of the day. It won't have to be like pre-recorded, you know? We can actually come on and be like, hey, this is the stuff that happened today. I saw this fan tweeted this. I saw this person did this cosplay. Oh my gosh, you know, this person who works at Disney tweeted this. That was really cool, you know? And we can have people share their favorite moments and we can just kind of discuss the stuff through the chat and bringing people in and all that. Yeah, I think that is kind of a more community driven episode and it will be a lot more fun than just us putting out a regular episode talking about Solo and then just kind of like letting it fly on its own, like a video that we're not participating in. But we didn't want to pull anybody away from tweeting and stuff. We thought that maybe sometimes people were also like, oh, the episode's out. And then they just stop for like an hour or something, or that kind of like dulls it through the day. They're like, nah, do your thing. Let's have fun all day long. And then at night when everything's like kind of wound down, then we'll jump on and all like hang out as a crew.
That sounds
putting together a crew, right?
Yeah. I mean, I remember exactly where I was when I went to see this. The tour was in Sacramento, and the theater that musicals play at in Sacramento is literally across the street from like this outdoor mall, like promenade area. And like literally right across the street is a movie theater and they were doing a midnight showing. And so like our show ended. It usually got out, I think it was like an 8 o'clock show. So we got out at like 10:30. Walkout was until like 11. I balanced and closed up and prepped for the next day, and then like literally just walked over just in enough time to like check in, get some popcorn, get a poster, and like sit down. And like as soon as I sat down, like the lights went dark, and I was like, this is the perfect night. It was just so lovely. And then I like walked out and I was like, this is great. And it was like such nice weather, and I like have like a 3.5 block walk to my Airbnb, and it was just like the perfect night. It was so much fun.
You know, it's funny.
I thought it was a blast.
You know, it's funny. Like as you were describing that, it reminded me of a time when like a bunch of people on Warped Tour, or whatever. I think it was Warped Tour, but I want to say like a tour we were on, all went to a movie theater and saw this movie. And it was the exact moment I realized what movie it was that you said it was the perfect night. And I was like, it was The Dark Knight.
Oh my God.
Like in my head, I was like, oh, it was The Dark Knight. And you were like, it was the perfect night. And I was like, oh. Go back and watch. I think my eyes were like, did she just read my mind? No, that night was so crazy though, because we all went to go see that movie, and the theater, like the air conditioning didn't work. And I remember like it was all these bands from Warped Tour, like Every Time I Die is there. I think All Time Low was there, and then like just other friends, Pierce the Veil and stuff. Like we're all just in this all theater together, which was also really cool for any fan that like walks in and they're like, oh wow, there's a lot of bands here. But
could you imagine walking in as a fan and just being like,
yeah,
they're all here.
There was but to wrap that story up, I remember there were people that were just like yelling like, fix the air, like in the middle of the movie. Is like so hot, like everybody was like sweating. Like our first experience with like one of the best movies ever. But
well, I mean, I totally get it, because you're outside sweating all day.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest things about being on tour, on Warped Tour, is the fact that every now and then, there is a movie theater within walking distance or in a cheap Uber drive. And you
want it to be freezing in there.
You know that it's going to be ice cold in there, and you're going to
you want to wear a hoodie,
ice cold drink, and like a popcorn, and you're showered, and you're just sitting in cold air, and like it's like the perfect time. So if you walk into a movie theater and it's like you're still sweating, like I understand that. I understand that venom is like I get it.
There one time we were on a plane, and it was like me. It was like all of Prada, all of Under Oath, and I think all of now I can't think of their name. The band from Australia. Dang it, man! I can't think of their name.
Oh no.
I'll have to. Yeah, you'll probably figure it out. But with Winston as their singer.
Okay, keep talking. I'm gonna look it up.
Well, anyway, we were all three like on this plane, and it starts like, dipping and stuff, and that like crazy turbulence. And I remember one of the guys from Under Oath was sitting next to me, and he's like, dude, could you imagine if this plane went down? It would be like all of metalcore dead.
Oh no.
Like, could you imagine the day that like...
Was it Parkway Drive?
Parkway Drive. Yeah. It was like, could you imagine like one day, like you're reading on like Absolute Punk or something like that. It's like Devil Wears Prada, Under Oath, and Parkway Drive all dead in plane accident.
Oh my God. I mean, we can laugh about it now because it didn't happen, but like,
no, yeah, totally. But I've thought about that so often. Like anytime I ever see like a bunch of celebrities like doing a big tour or something like that, I was like, it's very likely that if something crazy happened, like, this whole scene of music would just be like gone in a second,
or there would just be like this massive gaping hole in this genre.
Or like something happened, like there's a fire at the AMA Awards or something, and it's like everybody's dead. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What now is the music industry?
Oh God.
That'd be so nuts.
It was, it's weird. I mean, I don't know why your story reminded me of I was on tour with An American in Paris, and we were in Pittsburgh, and the hotel that we were staying at had this bar that there was a bar on like the main lobby side, but it also wrapped around to like this like private, like quieter bar area. So you could but you could see from front to back. And I was sitting in the lobby side, or I was sitting in the private side, and I saw this guy come up, and he was wearing all black, and he had that dead look in his eyes, and I'm like, oh, you're crew. Like, I know that look. Like, you just did a load in. I know that look. And so like I walked over and like sat next to him, and I was like, so how was load in? And he just looked at me like, what the fuck? Like, who are you? And I was like, oh, I toured with Warped Tour for like 6, 7, 8, 9 years, whatever it was. And I'm on tour with An American in Paris. We're here. And he goes, yeah, we just finished load in. And I'm like, oh, who you out with? And he's like looking around, and he's, everybody's drunk and laughing loud. And he just leans in and he goes, I'm not supposed to tell you, but if you look at my hip. And I looked down, and it had his pass on him. And it was, oh my God, why did his name just go right out of my head? Oh my God.
Dane Cook. No, I don't know.
No, he's so
I'm trying to think of somebody that we wouldn't even be allowed to say who it was because it's like that big of a tour or something.
No, it was oh my God, he passed away like months after that too. Oh my God, classic rock artist. Why am I blanking? Guys in the chat, I know you've heard this story many times.
Prince.
God, I wish. Oh my God. No, white guy, rocker, really bad teeth, blonde hair. Oh my God, why am I blanking on this?
Billy Idol? Is he still a thing?
No, Billy Idol's gonna outlast us all. Like, let's be honest about that. Oh my God, why am I? I'm
Parkway
so
Drive.
Right now. What?
Parkway Drive. It's the same band. Like, you can't think of it.
No, he sang Mary Jane. Last Dance with Mary Jane.
Oh.
Oh my God, why are we blanking on this? Oh my God, guys. Oh, Tom Petty.
Tom Petty.
Thank you. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Yeah, so he was on tour with Tom Petty, and it was like right before he died, and I was just so jealous. I was like, oh my God, I've been wanting to see him forever. And he goes, we've been talking for like a few hours and like been buying each other drinks. And he was like, well, the show's like, we're here for like 3 or 4 days. I know, Saul. I know. Oh, I love. Okay, so I don't know if you know who Saul is, but Saul literally only pops his head out to give me shit. I love him, but like, he's like that brother that just like, he's that guy on tour.
I don't know that guy, but I know that guy.
You know that guy.
I know that guy.
I know that guy. But yeah, it was sweet. And he like offered me, he's like, yeah, if you want to come to the show, just like, here's my number. Let me know. Like, we'll just put you in the sound booth. And I'm like, okay. But I had to work, and I was like, the most heartbreaking thing ever. And then like a few months later, he passed away, and I was like,
oh man,
I could have taken the night off. I should have. Oh man.
It's funny. I've mentioned this a couple times, and I haven't dove into it, but like, I really I never did, or never probably will ever pay attention to like older music. So like you might say the name Tom Petty, and I was like, now I know, but I'll get to why I know in a second. But like, I just didn't know that stuff. And I maybe knew the name or something, but I was like, I couldn't probably tell you one Tom Petty song. And then the thing is I was hired to do video, for some friends of mine that were local, and they were doing this like Tom Petty cover thing. So they got all the bands in the area to do like, oh, you do this song, and then, or you do these 3 songs, and then we'll switch out the sets real quick. It wasn't even like sets, like they would change maybe like 1 or 2 instruments, but it was just swapping out of people. So like, it never stopped. It just kept going for like 2 hours, and all they did was play Tom Petty songs, and we were there to film it. And I remember thinking at that point, I was like, I know like 2/3 of these songs.
Yeah.
Because they were playing just all these hits. And I would have never put that together with Tom Petty. Like, but now, since I had that experience, there's a bunch of songs that I hear that I go, this is one of those songs they played at that concert that's a Tom Petty song that I wouldn't have known, but now I do know. So now I know a lot of Tom Petty because I went to this one like local concert where they did a bunch of covers. But yeah, I just don't, I never have paid attention to older music. I just don't know anything about it. It's so crazy because people like look at me and they're like, what? Like, how do you not, you know, if it wasn't for them, then you wouldn't exist. I'm like, well, okay, sure. I believe that, but I don't know.
It kind of reminds me when I went to go see a friend of mine was working on the Beyonce Jay-Z On the Run tour, and he got me and my niece in to go see it, and I had forgotten how many Jay-Z songs I loved because he just started playing. I'm here to see Beyonce. My niece is half Black. I want her to like see this amazing, powerful Black female to like look up to. She was like 12 or 13 at the time. I'm like, this is the perfect time to introduce her to this world and you know, make sure she understands who Beyonce is. And then Jay-Z was out and he just kept singing all these songs. And I'm like, this is my junior high school, like in a nutshell. And I was like rapping along to everything. I'm like, why do I remember all of these songs?
It's pretty crazy sometimes. You can think like, oh yeah, that person's really popular, but they're only popular for like a couple songs. And then you like hear a catalog of their songs and you're like, oh, I forgot about this one. Oh, this one was huge too. Yep. Like The Weeknd just did the Super Bowl and like you forget that like he has like 8 hits, you know, and like he'll go into the next one. You're like, oh, I forgot about this song too, you know? Yeah. It's crazy sometimes how like, look at Katy Perry. She had like, what was it? 9, which was like a record #1 hits on one album.
Jeez.
She tied Michael Jackson for most #1 hits on a record. Currently, the record is Katy Perry and Michael Jackson hold that. It's 9 #1 hit singles on one album.
And you know who she has to thank for her career? Mr. Kevin Lyman. And do you know why?
I thought you were going to say Travie McCoy.
Oh, I miss Travie so much.
Because hey, who was that girl in the video, the girlfriend video?
Yeah. Take a look at my girlfriend. No,
not
I remember
the first one, not the second one, the third one. Katy Perry.
So side note, side story on Travie McCoy is I remember Gym Class Heroes was on Warped Tour, and I remember walking over to go see their set, and somebody in the front at the rail called him the N-word, and he jumped off stage and beat him with his mic.
I was there.
And I witnessed that, and I was like, this is the best. I'm like, get him, Travie! Get him!
Amazing how the world, like, I literally was there too. And it's like, how, like, you could see any Gym Class Heroes show of all time, you know, I mean, like that whole summer. But like, I did just happen to be in the show. It was me and our guitar tech. He'd been a longtime friend, but we were like, hey man, you want to go watch Gym Class Heroes? I'm sitting there and we're watching this whole thing happen. And we're like, oh my gosh. Like the pull up on stage and off. And it was so nuts. And I remember it was like the talk, like it was almost fun to go back and be like, anybody you saw that you even kind of knew, you were like, dude, guess what just happened? Yeah, did you see? This just happened? You explained the whole story, and you're like, dude, it was crazy. So anyway, I'm gonna go back to the bus, and then like
you're stopping at the Skull Animals tent. Did you guys know?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh my gosh. No, I was there. Yeah, that was nuts. And what? Also, just because we were talking about Katy Perry was on that tour too. That's what she was below.
Kevin Lyman is the reason that she has her career because somebody sent him a link to her MySpace music page. Mm-hmm. That's how old this is. MySpace.
That's how we got signed.
He heard "Kissed a Girl," contacted her management, which I think was like non-existent. I think it was like actually her dad at the time. Got her on the side stage. And that summer, he put so much into helping Kissed a Girl get on the radio, and it blew up that summer. Yeah. Like nobody could talk to Katy Perry because she was constantly like in her bus on radio interview shows. Like people were coming out of the woodworks to get her. And that was the summer that she was one of the faster ones too to jump from side stage to main stage because Kissed a Girl was like the hit of the summer. I do remember though, in one city, 303 was hosting a dance-off at the barbecue, and it got down to me and Katy Perry and Metal Mike. And Katy Perry got kicked out before
Metal Mike is in, like our tour manager?
Was he your tour manager?
This Scars of Tomorrow, Mike? Is this the same?
No, I think it's different. Metal Mike he worked in the nonprofit areas, I think. He was very liberal with his clothing that summer. And during the dance off, he stripped down to a Borat mankini.
Not the same Mike.
and then took that off. So obviously I lost the dance off because I beat Katy Perry, which don't care, feather in my cap.
There you go.
But yeah, no, Metal Mike beat me because I was not willing to go completely nude. Mike was, because Mike is Mike. There's a few things.
It's not that crazy of a thing to see on Warped Tour either.
I saw more penises on Warped Tour than I knew to, like, I was just like, oh, there's another cock. Okay, cool.
I saw someone won like $500 in CeeLo one time. And they jumped on the table and completely stripped naked. And it was like, everybody was like, oh, I can't believe he rolled, like, you know, whatever it was, like fours or whatever. And he's, oh, and then he like jumps up and they're like, oh, this is crazy. And then it immediately turned to like ridiculous and crazy. And it was like, ah, but then it was like kind of funny. I don't know.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. But no, that game was really popular too.
That was the game of that and Werewolf were big on Warped Tour. It was huge. There's a few things in the chat that I need to address. Brian Bailey, yes, Tom Petty is older music. It just is. He started in a generation older than ours. We're not saying it's bad. It's timeless, but it is older. He is a classic rock musician. And then no, she was not in POD. But hi, Tyler. I actually so Saul brings up a good point. Where the hell is Gilleran? She big-timing us. No, she's not big-timing us. She's mommying us because I don't know if y'all saw, but fucking she got knocked up.
Yeah. She's gonna have a kid. It's crazy.
Lacey's pregnant, and she made that announcement on Twitter today. We all very excited for her in the den in the Schmodown. She is literally bearing our first cub. And we are very excited. We're so pumped and so behind her. So she is more than likely sleeping because it is very late where she is, and she's forming a human being inside of her body, which is very taxing. So we wish her the best, and I just adore her. She's just.
Who knows though? She'll be up at 4 a.m. or something.
Well, yeah, she'll wake up at 4 a.m., but I'm pretty sure right now she's probably
she'll stay up till 4 a.m. Well, I know that like on Disney Plus nights, she stays up.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I mean, that was also like before she was like pregnant and there was, you know, an actual person inside of her, like, I hate to say sucking the life out of her, but like forming its own life inside of her, I guess.
Yeah. And that comes with it too. Is like sometimes your schedules just get all mixed up. We're also on pandemic time too.
Yeah.
Which is also really weird. It's like it kind of reminds me of just like summer when you're a kid. It's like time doesn't matter anymore.
Or when you're on Warped Tour as an adult.
Day, night, whatever. It's all the same thing.
As
like
long
you wake
as
up at like don't get me up unless we play at noon.
As long as you make a bus call.
Yeah.
And you don't get oil slicked and you don't miss load in or a set, you're fine. That's all that really matters. Like, I remember the amount of times that I've walked past like merch booths and stuff and like people are just like passed out and I'm like, no, you need that sleep. I saw you last night at the barbecue. You went hard. Get some sleep.
Warped Tour at bus call is such a majestic time. Like most people are asleep, but like the buses are running and people are kind of just moving about, just kind of like wrapping up whatever. And if you're out at that time, you're like, I got like 20 minutes, you know.
Yep.
You go find a porta potty or something, whatever it is. You need to wrap up before 3 a.m. Yeah. Before you're stuck on a bus. No, and you just like, I don't know. It's like sometimes you're just like wrapping up with people and you're like, all right, man, well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Kind of thing.
It was always hard when the production buses had a set bus time. They had a set time to leave. And the band did not. It was one of those, like, as long as you get to the next city on time, that's all that matters.
Well, it was different because the bands...
so there were times when I would be sitting with like circus.
What happened? Am I still here? Can people still hear me? Because I see in the chat it says she froze. It's just me. Hello, everybody. The James Baney Show. I don't know what's going on. I guess she'll be back here in a second. Yes, you are, James. I like this. Well, what do I want to talk about? Let's see. I don't know. Guys, everybody do make Solo 2 happen day. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a lot of good times on that. Also, another thing. Hey, I should plug this while I'm here. If you are a fan of the Disney Plus animated stuff, every week they release episodes of The Bad Batch on Fridays. And I try to get up as early as I can, watch the episodes, and do like a reaction to it, put those up. So if you are a fan of The Bad Batch, you should check out my Bad Batch reaction show every Friday. We're going to need you to vamp. I'm hanging out. I don't know what happened. I can only assume that like her computer battery died or something, because she's like gone, or internet just cut out altogether. I'm not sure how this live stream is still going if she is the source of the live stream, but I don't know. You guys should put stuff in the comments so that I can continue talking, because I'm not really sure what to talk about at this point. What I got here? What's something I could talk about? I got nothing. Is Wrecker going to go Order 66 on Omega? Yes. I think so. Actually, I was recently talking about this on one of our episodes, that I think Wrecker might die. And I think the reason that is because he's like the puppy dog character. And there's a good chance that if you can make a connection to some sort of like, if there's one person that's innocent and should not have this bad thing happen to him, it would be Wrecker. He's like they call him Uncle Wrecker when they go back and visit. And I think that if he either switches over and does Order 66, or he, for whatever reason, gets killed or something like that, although it looks like they might be lead in that direction, as Brian's pointing out here. He banged his head where his chip is. Yeah. That they might, that it might make the audience feel something like, if it should have been me, but it wasn't, it was him. And they might actually pull a lot of emotion out of that particular character dying. But yeah, I think there is a good chance. Am I seeing stuff here? New Miles Kennedy album is out, but it's bad. Is that Bandai X-Wing model kit behind you? Yes, it is.
Oh my God, that was so ridiculous. I'm so sorry.
Welcome to the James Baney show.
Welcome. I was like, Vamp, I'm so sorry. No, my internet has been like they've been doing work on the lines and they like never let us know like when they're like gonna do an outage. And I'm like, can you just like this is kind of my living. Like, can you just like let me know when you're gonna do shit like this?
That was crazy because I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is 100% me. She froze and I don't know what's going on and I'm gonna have to figure this out and I'm leaving her high and dry. And then at some point I saw in the comments it said she froze and I was like, so is it, am I still on? And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, I guess I'll just kind of talk. And then like you moved out and I was like, I don't know how the show's still going on, but I am here. So a lot of awkward silences. And then me saying, I guess ask me questions in the chat and I'll talk about it. So there were some Bad Batch questions. I mentioned that I do the Bad Batch reaction show on Fridays. So
that's fun.
If you want to check that out, you can check that out. So it has been fun. That was Bad Batch reaction show version 2. The James Baney hour, except for 5 minutes.
It like literally just stopped and I was like, no. I got my phone. I was like yelled out. I was like, did you reset the Wi-Fi? And she's like, no. I'm like, the hell? I don't know what's going on. But anyway,
that was crazy.
There is a small chance that I may be going back out on tour.
Ooh.
Yeah. Not with a band because I think I'm done with that. Like I'm kind of done with the whole like stay up till 3:00 in the morning, drive to some shitty venue and hope to God that there's like something around there that I can eat, kind of tour. But it's with a comedian.
Van life?
What? Yeah, no. I mean, this might be a little bit of a van tour, but it's like with grown-ups.
Mm-hmm. Oh no. Okay, you're back.
Okay, I'm back. I was like, shit, did it just happen again?
I thought it did. You like stopped and then I heard like a little tick. But no, with grown-ups.
Yeah,
so less than Jake.
I wish. Oh God, I love him so much. Oh no, I love Chris and Roger, and they're just like that whole group is just so wonderful. They were on tour one time with it was Less Than Jake, Suburban Legends, and Authority Zero. And I've been friends with Jason from Authority Zero for like almost 14 years now. And so like they were playing in Santa Cruz and I live in San Jose. And so I just happened to be back from tour during their break. And oh my God, we have, I don't know who this is. What's going on? What's going on?
Oh no.
Mama's up, y'all.
Hey, what's up?
I told you she'd be up.
Oh my God. So first of all, congratulations. I'm so excited.
Oh, thank you very much.
Baby in the den. So happy. We got a little Jedi cub coming out.
It is weird. It is weird to talk about just because it's one of those things that it doesn't feel real yet. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. So Lacey, tell me, how did you and James meet?
In person or online? You're talking in person?
Just how did you become aware of each other?
They asked me to join the podcast for Resistance Broadcast.
Well, yeah. There was you wanted to advertise for Star Wars Newsnet.
I wanted to buy ad space on Star Wars Newsnet for a company I used to work for. And through that, I started talking to John. And then John asked if I wanted to talk about Star Wars. And I was like, yes.
Yeah.
No, ow, okay.
Twist my arm. Jeez.
In person, it was super awkward because I'm a super awkward person. And we met at Disney World.
That's awesome.
It just lined up that both of us were going to be there at a very specific time, like kind of crossover. Like as she was getting there, I was leaving kind of thing, like or real close. And I was like, hey, if you're going to be, where's the easiest place for us to meet? Because I was spending most of my days like in Magic Kingdom and stuff. She doesn't have a ticket. So it was kind of one of those deals. So we met at downtown Disney and it was kind of later. And we decided that we didn't have anything to do. So we just went to like the Star Wars store that's there. And then we were just like, yeah, let's buy stuff and we'll do it as like a giveaway. And we actually ended up filming it and like putting it somewhere. Like it was either on our YouTube or like it wasn't Patreon. We didn't have Patreon at the time, but like whatever we did, it was like something that we made special. And it was kind of this video of us meeting for the first time and going around and buying these items. And then you could win the items.
How fun.
Yeah, it was fun. We met before we went to Celebration together, and I met John because John and I only live 20 minutes from each other. We actually have our whole lives and just haven't known that we live 20 minutes from each other.
Yeah, that was another crazy,
really, really weird circumstance. But then both of them met at Celebration, and it was like the most wonderful, magical friendship moment that I could have experienced.
I mean, I'd known this dude. I'd been podcasting with him for 2 years and I'd never met him face to face. And then we met face to face. And then like 2 days later, we were doing a live podcast together. It was like crazy. And I was like,
they were driving the streets of Chicago together. It was
yeah. I've met this person like once before and that person never, but I feel like I know them extremely well.
And we're sharing a room and learning a lot about each other in 5 days.
Hey,
yeah, it was nuts.
If there's anything you learn from tour, it's that you get to learn people real quick in an intense amount in a very small amount of time.
Yeah. Because
they both snore very loud, very loud. So loud that I put headphones on and played The Force Awakens over it so that I could fall asleep.
Yeah, sometimes this wasn't the experience with my band, but sometimes I knew people that would just like start bands with people because they knew like, oh, you're a good bassist or something, or you're in this other band or whatever. And then they would set up tours and they would be meeting on the first day of tour and like they're in the same band. And like that stuff is nuts.
Yeah. Or you become like lifelong friends for spending 3 months on tour together on Warped Tour and then don't see each other for 10 years. And then you come back together and you're like, oh my God, I love you and I miss you so much.
Yeah.
Like that's what I feel like that's what the internet is. But like in a different sort of way. Like you get to know these people you've never met. Somehow your lives intersected. You saw a comment, you saw a post, you liked it, you started talking, and the next thing you know, like 4 years have gone by and you're best friends, you've never met, and then the day comes to meet and you're just like, this is the best day of my life.
Yeah, it's totally true. When you're talking with people like James and John, like we probably talk like at least probably 10 to 12 hours a day. We're talking to each other at any given time. And it might not be obviously constant, but it's like we're talking and then 2 hours later, we're talking again. So for that kind of friendship and then not to meet each other until a certain point in time, we were all like, this is weird, but it makes sense. Like we fell right into line of like what our dynamic is, which was nice, but it is weird. I mean, I have a lot more online friends than I have in-person friends. That's just the way the world goes now.
Yeah. When I at at Celebration specifically, it was very odd because John and Lacey weren't the only people that I felt that way about, because like I see these people's faces and I interact with them or I have them on guests on my show, but I've never seen them in person. I was going there and I was like Alex and Steve from Black Series Rebels. I'm like, you're real. Like, I'm like, I could reach out and touch you. Like, you know,
Alex and Molly. Yeah.
Molly was on
my God.
I'm like, whoa, this is wild. I've seen and heard your voices only through headphones or only through speakers. And now all of a sudden I can hear it in real life. And it's like, this is nuts. Cause I feel like I know you. And it's like, it's that weird thing where like, you listen to a band for so long or something like that. When you go see them live, you're like, this is weird. Cause they're like 10 feet away from me.
Yeah.
You know?
They live,
like,
they live in my speaker. They're not on a stage in front of
really
me.
The singer, you know what I mean? He's really standing there. Yeah. It's a crazy experience. And it felt that way at Celebration. I felt like it was surrounded by all these like internet celebrities, you know?
No, I totally get that. Yeah, it was a weird experience at Celebration for me because that was the first time that I got recognized by anybody that I didn't know.
Were you there in 2019?
I was, yeah.
Oh, we probably walked by each other at some point.
I mean, if you were at the Schmodown Star Wars match, I was sitting in the back with the rest of the ruffians because they were like, you can't talk, and we're like, we're gonna go sit in the back and charge our phones and like sleep because we were all just so exhausted. So like a bunch of us like it was, I guess there was like only a few seats left, but like I guess they left like the back half, like, or the back like quarter seats like unoccupied, but they like snuck us in the back because it was like a full house, and they're like, okay, there's a few seats and you guys can go, and they like literally shoved us into the back corner, and they're like, don't make any noise. We're like, whatever, we're just here to charge our phones. But like,
that's so funny how that works. Like we could have walked right by each other and not known. That's so funny.
Yeah.
It's so funny. We could have met there, and now we're in each other's lives so deeply that to the point where I'm like, oh, one of my friends is giving birth, and I'm so excited. I can't wait to go shopping for your baby. And I'm like,
to the point that we're yelling at each other during study sessions.
Yeah, I'm like, we've never actually met. Like, I have no idea how tall you are.
I'm 5'4".
Oh my god, you're a snuggle bear. You're gonna be
I'm
right
tiny.
Here.
Yeah, it was the first thing because John is, what is John, like 6'3"?
What?
No,
6'2".
Let's call it 6. Yeah, 6'2". 6'3". I know that's not that big of a difference, but that sounded huge for a second.
Yes, he's like 6'2". So when I met him the first time, it was at a diner. We got lunch. Hi, Peggy. And when we met, the first thing everyone always tells me is like, I didn't realize you were so short. And I was like, yeah, I like to say I'm 5'4" and 3/4. I will take that 3/4, but yeah, I'm a short girl.
Very Harry Potter of you.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, it's like when because like I'm an Amazon. I'm almost 6 feet tall, and Peggy's the same way. But like everybody has seen me stand up like in the Schmodown, like they see how tall I am standing next to everybody else. And so it's like not a shock when they meet me, but like when Peggy revealed to our group that she was like the same height as I am, if like a little bit taller, they're like, what? We've only seen you from like mid chest up. Like, what? You're that tall? And I'm like, yeah, I'm so excited when we all get to finally meet each other and like hang out because
Jess is short too. I think she's my height.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna carry her like a Yoda. Like
I'm
gonna be her Luke, and she's just gonna hop on my back at live events so that she can see over people.
You should cosplay as that new vampire mom from Resident Evil, the one that everybody goes crazy for. That's super tall. Village. I was like, Rachel would be perfect for that.
I could totally do that. Just corset me up, like give me that like 12-inch waist. I'm in.
Everyone's been going crazy for her. Uh-oh, Saul's in the chat.
I know, he was giving me shit earlier. He literally commented, he's like, oh, wait a minute, I gotta find it.
It was Peggy came out as tall. What?
This is Saul for anybody who doesn't know. And I was like, she's probably asleep. She's growing a human being. Like, calm your tits.
I love that James is like, no, she's up. I'm up.
He's like, no, she's probably up. And I'm like, well, she'll be up at 4 a.m. I'm like, yeah, but she'll probably wake up at 4 a.m. Like right now, she's. Yeah,
I was doing a review video that I'll be putting up this week of like my new lightsaber. Yep, I got it. It's right here. It's really heavy, actually. I don't want to hit my ceiling fan.
That's amazing.
Lacey, did you see they put out the Darksaber today too?
It's super cool. The Darksaber is really cool. I like this one, but the Darksaber is really. It's better than the. What is the Hasbro one unit I have that it's like chewing?
This one.
Yeah. It just makes like one noise, right?
No,
it's not as like crazy as the Disney one is. The Disney's like, comes with a stand.
As far as sounds, it is pretty similar. Like I was listening
Nice.
to the Disney one today and I was like, oh yeah, it sounds pretty similar to the Hasbro one. But as far as like actual build and like, you know, it being metal and how it lights up and stuff. And yeah, definitely better.
Yeah, I got that. Cool. I finally got my Black Series Mando. I got the helmet. Obviously, you guys saw that. I got one of these from Galaxy's Edge.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Which again, I haven't been to Galaxy's Edge yet. Show off your bantha. Oh, I have a little bantha back here.
Wait,
this is the one that was in my picture today.
Wait, James. Okay, I need that. Well, James, which Galaxy's Edge have you been to? Florida or California?
Florida. I went when it opened. We didn't go opening day. We went day 2. So it was
still pretty good. Day 2.
Pretty good. Yeah. It still felt like it was like, this is the grand opening of Galaxy's Edge is how it felt. Mm-hmm. But no, totally nuts. And I'm very excited. I can't imagine we don't go or have some experience when we go at Celebration next year. Cause it's like across the street.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait to eat all the foods and drink all the drinks.
My wife has a recipe now for Ronto wraps. And so we've had it on occasion and I don't know if I want it or don't want it. You know what I mean? Like,
because it might ruin her recipe or
I'll try different things. But then also like, I kind of want to compare it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I feel like the Ronto wraps are really good there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's so kind. Like people understand. I've been like crying all day because people have been so nice. I was so nervous to post about anything because it's like one of those things you don't want to jinx stuff. And I was so nervous. So when everybody's being so nice, I'm like, everyone's so nice.
I was nervous today too when I was the only person on the show for 5 minutes.
On this show?
Yeah, her internet cut out.
Do I make you uncomfortable?
Her internet cut out. And then it was, she like cut down and like she went away and it was just me on the show. And I'm like sitting there like, so I'm pretty sure I'm still live. And everybody in the comments are like, yeah, you're still good. And I'm like, so I'm not sure what to talk about.
So you guys seen the Bad Batch?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'll plug this other show. And then people started asking me questions about it. I was like, okay. No, good times though. That was fun.
Yeah, no, that's so funny.
They've been doing work on the internet in my area, and like they never tell you when it's gonna go out, and so all of a sudden it just like stopped, and I was like, wait, no.
I'm hopefully getting.
I messaged you on Twitter, and I was like, I'll be right back, vamp.
Oh, John's in the comments.
Oh no. Yeah.
Do you ever see that episode of Twilight Zone?
Yeah. Do you guys want to see my drumsticks?
It just reminds me of James at Celebration where they were having all these technical difficulties and he like froze up. I could just see him being like, this is my nightmare.
Well, it's forever cataloged, so you can go back and check it out.
Now, were you guys both? Did you guys come to the Schmodown or know about the Schmodown when Celebration happened in Chicago?
We had a conflict of scheduling, so we had to be somewhere else. And after that event, I booked it over to Schmodown, but it was done. But just like what I was saying,
we had our panel right before Schmodown happened, and then we were meeting people at a bar right after.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Were you guys at the live event?
I actually haven't really been into the Schmodown until we got asked to get drafted and stuff. Like I knew of it, but I wasn't really like in the community and like all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm talking about the event that happened on grounds. Like it was part of the event.
Oh yeah. I didn't go to that either.
The panel.
Yeah. The panel, we were doing something and I said, the only way that I can make it work, like, I think I was like, I had to cover something that was happening at main stage or something like that. But as soon as it was done, I got over there and I tried to go to Schmodown and it was already done. But I got to meet Christian and that was the first time I'd met him. And again, it was that same thing. I was like, this is weird because I've seen your face for years on Collider, but like now I'm sitting here talking to you. And the weirdest thing is like it was also kind of like not like it was like I was a fan. like I was kind of talking to him on a peer level because he was very well aware of Star Wars Newsnet and our podcasts and stuff like that. So he was talking to me on that level, and it was odd because, like I said, I'd only ever seen him on a screen.
So you were on the other side of the fandom, where normally people would come up to you and be like, "Oh my god, I love your band."
Yeah, kind of. It was weird. I went to Collider once, and I had been following their show for a very long time, but I had just happened to be out there in California. I was covering something Star Wars, and I contacted one of the people who worked at Collider, and I was like, "Yeah, would it be cool if I like came down?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure, no problem. Open door policy." So I like walked in there, and everybody knew who I was.
Down the creepiest alley you've ever been down.
You're gonna get Collider?
Stabbed. Yeah.
It was really weird. It was like, did I just go in this door, this like random door? But no, it was I was just like hanging out, and everybody knew who I was, not me the person, but they knew the website and the podcast and stuff. And they were like, "Oh, that's cool. Yeah, well, yeah, welcome, hang out or whatever." But I'm sitting here in this room where I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I've been like watching you guys for years, like just as a fan. It just so happens I also do Star Wars Newsnet stuff." Very, very surreal experience. But Christian was not there, and he was like bummed that he couldn't be there. So then when I met him at Celebration, he was like, "Oh man, I'm so glad we finally got to meet." And he was a really cool guy. Yeah, that's awesome.
Who are you most excited to meet that day?
Who was I most excited to meet? Oh, and when I went to Collider?
Yeah.
I don't know. Mark Ellis is awesome. I love Mark. I met him totally as a fan. He was doing a comedy show, and I went and I met him just like, "Hey, I'm a fan of the show." And he was like, "That's cool." And then when I went to Collider, he was like, "Oh, I remember." Yeah. So that was cool. And I'm really happy that I got the opportunity to meet and have a conversation with John Schnapp, the late John Schnapp. Yeah. I'm
so jealous.
Yeah. When that whole thing happened, it was like very soon after I had met him. And I was like, man, this is crazy, because I would not have gotten that opportunity. And it's cool to like look back at that day that like we hung out and we talked Star Wars, with this guy who, like, in my head, it's like a comic book and like nerd movie legend, Guy was awesome.
Yeah, he and I had been in, like, we had become friends on Twitter because I, was a fan of Collider and everything that they were doing before I even got involved in the Schmodown. And so as I was touring around the country, I would message him and be like, "Hey, I'm going to be in Atlanta or Newark or, Kansas City, Missouri. What comic book shop should I go to? And do you know anybody there?" And he would send me like to the best places and like tell me about like the newest things that were coming out, because we got to know each other, and he was like, "I think you'd really like this title," and like send me out. So we had like this great friendship on Twitter. And then I was moving back to LA, and we had made plans to meet up at Comic-Con. And then it unfortunately, things happened and we never got to meet. And it was just one of like he was somebody that I had been looking forward to meeting for a very long time. And it was so sad when we lost him. But, I literally, like, hold on, let me see if I can show you this. Literally right next to my.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. So he's here, and he is, he's present in my studio, but like I literally look over, like, even if I'm having a bad day, I'm like sitting here, I'm like, fucking John Schnepp is smiling at me. Like, it's like, I may have a bad day when John Schnepp is being a crazy grinning idiot next to me. It's great. It's wonderful.
I also have to shout out Perry, because she was the one that I got in contact with, and she was the one who invited me in and let me come and whatever. And I've run into her a couple times, and Perry's awesome. I just want to.
Yeah, she's so sweet. Yeah, she's so
very cool. And she's doing super well too, man. Like, I see her interviews, like every time I turn around, she's like interviewing someone bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm like, goodness.
She let me like be a lineman for her walking through Comic-Con one day. Because she was like, "Oh, I need to get over here," and I'm like, "Oh, you're never gonna get over there." I'm like, "I'm walking that direction. Just hang on to my back. Just follow me." And I like literally split the crowd. And I was like, "Excuse me," and she's like this tiny girl like hanging onto my back. Like, Okay, just keep going.
She said, what's your experience? And you're like, I've done Warped Tour many years.
Like, I got this. I'm also twice your size and weight,
Yes.
so just follow. Just keep up. Dude, yes, Brian, I 100% agree. Champ had an authentic, pure passion for comics and nerdy stuff. Like anything that you were passionate about, he would get passionate about.
Mhm.
So like
those
James,
are the best kind of people.
about Warped Tour and your band and all of that stuff, he would have been so into it. I mean, he literally created Metalocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he loved that stuff. If you had told him all, like, did you guys talk about that?
I don't know that we did. You know, it's funny because thinking about it now, there is a very obvious connection there, but I don't know that ever came up. Sometimes it's weird though. You know, it's like, hey, this is really random, but would you happen to know who my band is? You know, like a band that I'm not even in anymore. Yeah. I did that with Matt Martin though, from the Story Group. When I met him,
Really?
I was like, I just had this, knowing him on Twitter and just seeing like kind of the stuff that he like talks about and like put posts and stuff. I was like, I just get this vibe that he would know, or he would have listened to, or be aware of the band or whatever. Yeah. And I would just think that was really cool because there's only so many people that are like, you know, involved in the Star Wars story like that. And, you know, there's a good chance that one of these guys knows who my band is. And so I asked him point blank, and he said he knew who we were, you know, and it would seem knowledgeable enough that he was aware of like Warped Tour and other bands in that kind of genre and stuff. So I believe him that he wasn't just like pulling my leg, you know, like, oh yeah, that name sounds familiar. You know, I think he really did know. Yeah. Matt loves music.
Meanwhile, we were going to Celebration in 2019 and we were talking, I think it was like the week prior to going out to Chicago, and we were all chatting about what we were going to do. And I remember James was like, do you think people will know who we are? And I'm like, no.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely not. I was like, no one cares who I am. Who the hell? No.
I felt very confident that I was like, when we walk into that scene, that there's a good chance that a lot of people are going to recognize us as the people who do this show. And they were like, no way. Star Wars is so big.
No, John
so many
said,
people there.
He made a joke about his hat. And I was like, no one's going to know your dumb hat. Get out of here. But I was like, absolutely not. No one gives an F who I am, you know? So we were there the first day and I had to go pick up a press pad or something. And I was starving. And look, I'm not afraid of food. I love food. So I got this big ass pretzel. And I was just like,
so big.
I was just going for it.
Lacey's kind of famous in our circle with pretzels.
I love soft pretzels. They're like in my top 10 best foods. So I'm eating this pretzel like a monster in the line thinking, you know, whatever. And I get a tweet, my phone buzzes, and someone goes, I see you. And I was like, no. And someone had immediately known who I was. Yeah, it was super embarrassing. Yep. And I'm awkward as it is. So like people would come up and be like, Lacey, I'd be like, what? Why?
Like, what did I do? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was immediately like, oh, because I'm that person that like, if someone's waving, I'm like, and then they're waving at the person behind me, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
like that's my life story as a human. Like I always think like, oh yeah, like I got invited to parties when I was younger, like high school and college parties, because like the girl that was throwing the party, her parents thought I was a good kid. So she would lie and say that they were having sleepovers with me. So she'd feel bad if she didn't invite me. So then she'd invite me and she'd be like, oh yeah, my parents think you're sleeping over, but I'm having a kegger. And I'd be like, cool. Yeah. And like, I was the loser. That was like, they were like, yo, say you're with Lacey. Like,
you know what though? I was the same way with my group of girlfriends. Like literally the only reason that my girlfriends in like junior high and high school used to be able to stay out past curfew was because they'd be like, no, Rachel's going to be with us.
Right.
But like, we were
the best is when someone told me that I went into an environmental biology class my senior year. And this girl, I walk in and I got stuck at this table because I was late the first day. And, you know, you get stuck at that table like, oh. So I got stuck at the table with like the popular kids, which already makes me uncomfortable. So I sit down and this girl's kind of laughing. And we were friends back in like second grade or middle school or whatever. And I'm like, oh, what's so funny? And she goes, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it's like, so I had a huge kegger over the weekend. And like, I told my mom you were there. So like, that's why like all this stuff. And I was like, oh, and then she hadn't invited me. So like she was just using me as a lie and then thought it was hilarious to tell me to my face. Like that summarizes my social aspect.
Cunt rag.
I'm saying the point is like the awkwardness. So like when people come up to me and they're like, oh my God, it's so great to see you. Like there's a moment in my head, I'm like, are you sure you're talking to the right person? Because it's just like, I don't believe it. So I genuinely appreciate every time someone's like, oh, I'm so excited to like hang out or chat or whatever. Because otherwise I'd be like, no, you're not.
Like who else is listening on this conversation?
There was a moment at Warped Tour where I was, there's people doing stuff. I pull out my phone and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at my phone. And as I'm sitting there looking at the phone, I see a picture of me in the spot that I'm standing, looking at my phone. And I'm like, what is happening right now?
And then you try to triangulate, like, who took it?
No,
who took
I
it? Where's
did that. I did the exact
angle?
thing. It's like when you see yourself at the security camera at the gas station, you're like trying to find where the camera is, kind of thing. Like I did the exact thing. I was like, looked over, and then there's like someone standing there, and it was our general, our Patreon general, Andrew Staley. We didn't have a Patreon at the time, at least I don't think we did. But he was there, and it was odd. Like I saw it, and then I had to like figure out where he was coming from. But yeah, and then
my favorite
a little bit.
Yeah, my favorite dumb moment. Oh, really? They do that on purpose?
I do that on purpose to friends of mine where we're like going to meet each other and I'm like,
I see you.
I take a bunch of photos and I'm like, I see you. And then I like move so they don't find me. It's great.
Oh, see, I just have, no one needs any help to embarrass me. I do it all on my own. So like at Celebration, I was up towards the front for the Mandalorian panel. And Warwick Davis came out and he was asking questions and he's like, why are you in this panel? And I was just like, I like Star Wars. And so then I look on Twitter right after that and someone was like, did some girl just say she likes, and it was like many people saying this. And I was like, oh crap.
It was me. You shared that video in the chat and I was dying.
What do you like about Mandalorians? You're like, their helmets are cool.
The helmets are cool. Because I was trying not to say Mandaborian because we had been saying that for so long. And it was like one of those things like, don't say it. So I was like, they're cool. And he's like, you're hesitating. Why are you? I was like, what? The stress.
It's like, fuck you. I am a Star Wars fan. I have social anxiety. Go screw yourself. No. Get that blank out of my face.
It's funny. People like put me on the spot.
Stage.
Well, because I'm friends with Elliot. Elliot's like one of my good
regardless,
friends.
You're in front of all these people playing this like Star Wars game, and you're probably sitting there like pressure.
Lacey's up on stage, and John was like on his phone or something. He was like, "Yeah, I bet," and like just kept going back on his phone. Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
that's me.
Yeah, I did not plan to get recognized at Celebration. I thought that I was just gonna I was just there to like have fun and hang out with my friends, and we just happened to be hanging out with like all the Schmodown and Collider people, and there was like a group of us that were in a panel, and I was gonna go meet up with them because it had just gotten out. And I was gonna be like flag them down and like lead them over to where everybody else was because it was super hard to describe, and there's 1,000 million people there. So as I'm walking over, I'm like speed walking, and somebody's like, "Oh my God, Rachel Silvestrini!" And I'm like, "Who the fuck knows me here? Like, what is going on?" And somebody saw me and they're like, "Oh my God, you're in the Schmodown. I'm a huge fan." I'm like, "Oh my God, okay, just stay here. I have to go get people. I'll be right
getting
back."
The appreciation you deserve. Yes.
Yeah. I do what I can.
And then they're like, "Oh, you're like 6 feet."
Or to quote Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo, "That's a huge bitch." Yeah.
Is Kate tall too?
Kate's about 5'8", 5'9", I think.
Because she's not tall, but then it's not like me talking. So
she's not like gigantic, but she's not. She's not like short by any means.
Oh, she's so funny.
She's hilarious. Oh my God, do I love her so much?
She's so funny.
Okay, I know I'm gonna have you on the show very soon, Lacey.
Yeah,
we've talked about this.
Yeah,
but I'm very curious since I have both of you on. If you could be any character in the Star Wars legendary anything, who would you be?
Mine's probably got to be Kanan Jarrus because he's my favorite fictional character.
Like of all time?
Yeah, I actually did this. I never intended that to be the case. I came up with this thing. I was actually walking around the Renaissance Festival with some friends, and we were
Like
just
you
talking
do.
about people, how they do cosplays and stuff. And there was it wasn't this weekend, but it was the next, or maybe it was that weekend. I don't know. But they do like a time traveler thing. So like if you're a time travel character or whatever, you could go to this medieval place in your time travel cosplay or whatever. But anyway, we started talking about what makes characters like likable and why people gravitate to certain characters and stuff. And I was like, oh, I want to figure this out. Like, who is my favorite character of all time across all things? And I went through a lot of people, like just people that I would just casually be like, oh, I like really like that character. And I was like really nitpicking like the flaws of those characters and stuff. And I was like, but here's reasons why I don't like that character or why I wouldn't want to put them as like number one. And Kanan was the top. I could find very little in his character story, anything about him that I didn't like. Or the least amount of things, I should say. So I was like, I guess that points to it. Of all medium, yeah, Kanan Jarrus.
That's awesome. Lacey.
I don't know about Lacey.
Mine sounds super shallow now that I'm going to say it then. First thing that pops in my head is Leia, because she gets to have the cool clothes, cool hair, and she gets to make out / bang.
Harrison Ford.
Nope, just bang, apparently.
Oh, God. Oh, thank God you're moving. I was like, shit, did my internet just go out again?
No, I don't know. Something with her, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get that thought behind Leia. Also, she's got really great outfits. She's got great costumes.
I think there's something too, just in general, about like the character at the time and the legacy and all that. Like when you're like, oh, I want to be Leia because this reason, but part of that reason is really like outside of the character. Like she was so great.
Did it work? Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
hey,
we got you.
Happened.
You literally cut out after you said bang, and I'm like, no, girl, I get you.
Yeah, you're like, she gets to bang Frozen.
I was like, Harrison Ford. Yep.
No, she gets to bang Han Solo, but no, she's so strong, and she kind of Carrie Fisher / Leia is kind of ingrained of who I am as a person from such a young age. I started watching like first or second grade. I kind of learned very early on. I was like, oh, she can say what she wants, believes what she wants, and it's probably got me into some trouble. Like saying what you believe in and being brutally honest has always been like my thing. But at the same time, like Rey is super cool. But at the end, her story is kind of sad. So I'd probably go Leia, but then like I wouldn't let Ben go to the dark side. I'd like try to make it so he doesn't.
I'd probably go in the Star Wars world. I think Maz Kanata, because she's badass. She owns her own company.
You would be the best Maz Kanata with your bar.
Yeah, with my bar. I have to own a bar. Like, let's be honest.
Chewie's your boyfriend? That's a great gig.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%.
Whatever your relationship is with the informant at Canto Bite.
Oh yeah, the code breaker.
John saying goodnight. Thank you, John. Yeah, we'll definitely.
John had his first day of his new job today. Congrats, John.
Big day for
Yay,
John.
John.
Yeah, COVID happened. He didn't have a job for the longest time, and he finally got one. It was awesome when we heard he had it, and today was the day where he went back.
So now we're 2 out of 3 people have jobs on the podcast. I don't.
I understand that need implicitly. Waiting for the day that I get the call that I'm hired for another tour. That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mainly because I just miss everybody who's like all over the country. That I haven't gotten to see lately. And I'm like, what better way to go see everybody in one fell swoop and get paid for it than go back on a tour?
It sounds so fun.
Yeah, it
you
sounds
never
great.
said who it was with. You like froze before you said it.
So, there's this guy who has this show called Drinking Made Easy. And he used to tour the US and go to all these different cities or like and experience, you know, the drinking culture there and like any local brews or anything that was like locally renowned in the bar scene for them, and just get hammered. And it was great. It's so much fun. It's on Access TV, and his name is Zane Lamprey, and it's called the Laughs and Drafts Tour, where he's going to do like an hour of stand up, and then everybody, it's like a drink and greet. Like, it's just going to be fun, and I would be selling merch. So I'm really hoping I get this tour. Yeah,
things are starting to open up, so
yeah,
looking good.
And it's all like the whole tour is at breweries, which is so much fun.
Yeah,
and it goes to like a ton of different places. Like, it's literally like from the beginning of June through the end of the year, and I'd be on tour for like 3 to 5 days out of the week, and it'd be really, really fun, and it's super low key. I'm really excited. I hope I get it. So yeah, so keep your fingers crossed for me.
Yeah, I remember when I realized that like comedians are basically like a single person band, and it's like everything is the same, like tours, the clubs, the money, the way it's distributed, door deals, merchandise, marketing, trying to get on the tour, playing like the third spot of like a bigger tour. Like, oh man, if I could land that tour with a joke like Dane Cook earlier, like that'd be huge, or whatever. Like,
I thought Dane Cook was funny in like 2006.
He was funny in 2006
until you found out he stole all his jokes.
And then 2007 came around, and yeah. I mean, Mark Ellis is a funny man, and he opened for Eliza Schlesinger.
Oh, nice.
On a few of her like tour dates. Yeah. Like, I mean, they're also like incredibly good friends, so it's like it helps. But like Mark is also like one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life.
Did you guys know that Dane Cook helped testify against his brother to put his brother in jail?
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've talked about this with you.
Oh, really? Yeah. I think I like was watching a podcast or something like Joe Rogan or something, and he was on there and he was explaining the situation. But like, that's so crazy that his brother like stole all of his money, and so he was like, oh, I have to legally he has to be accounted.
And he was making a lot of money.
Yeah, and he was trusting his brother with it. Yeah, and it was not good. That's crazy.
Money changes people.
It does. I can't wait to get rich and be awful to the people that have been awful to me. I don't want to be famous. I just want to be rich. Like,
I know people are like, money doesn't buy you happiness. You're like, but it makes you
real comfortable. Are you a tour like pay your dues kind of person?
Oh, 100%. I did 8 years on Warped Tour. I paid my fucking dues for the next like 7 lifetimes. No, I'm good. Like, fuck that. No, I'm not one of those people that like makes it miserable for other people, but I think that adapting to the life on tour is a miserable experience. And there are some people that are made to be like you, James, you've seen this. There are some people who come on Warped Tour and within like the first week they're gone because they just can't handle it, because it is a very specific lifestyle that you have to adapt to.
We did one tour where the band was very like crappy to us specifically because we were a new band up and coming, and it was their first big headline tour. And it ended up, there were so many crazy things that happened on that tour that were just like the big headedness of the band or whatever, that it almost became like infamous, like in the music scene. Like everybody had heard about what happened on that tour. Even to the extent where like,
who's the band?
Should I say?
I mean, you're not touring anymore, so fuck it.
Yeah, I think people
nobody watches this show anyway.
It was Chiodos.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me so sad.
I love
Greedy.
So we went on this tour, and like everything that like went wrong was blamed on us, and like it wasn't our fault. And like, they just did all sorts of crazy stuff that made the tour like bad and rough for everybody. It was us and Scary Kids and Emery, and Chiodos was headlining. And I remember after that tour happened, we got a tour with Under Oath, who had been like, I've been a huge fan of for years. You know what I mean? They were kind of their own thing. And the first thing that was said to me by a member of Under Oath was, please tell me everything that we heard about that tour was true. And I was like, this is the first time I've ever interacted with like my hero. And he's asking me these questions. And the only thing I can come back with is like, yeah, pretty much like everything that was just like this really weird, crazy issue that should never happen, did, you know, like, I don't know. I could get into crazy stuff there, but
the closest thing I've come to being on tour is out of college. I took a job with WWE and I was on the road with them from like August to January or February the next year.
What?
Yeah.
How are you just now telling me this?
So I started there in early August and I was a PA in the studio in Stamford, Connecticut. And the girl, this should have been a red flag, guys. And the girl that was doing the job that I eventually took quit randomly. Like, was like, I can't do this anymore, and quit. So like, I just thought like, oh, maybe she can't take the schedule, whatever. Later, I find out it's like harassment and stuff, but we won't get into that. But so I was like, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I'm going to take it. So I was the commercial associate director, comm AD. So I worked in the truck during broadcast and like had USA on one phone, Vince on another phone, and like the stage managers on a third phone. And I had a bunch of like stupid tasks, like getting Kevin Dunn dinner, who's like the executive producer. He'd never say my name. He'd always say you. He refused to say my name. That was like a thing, I guess.
Well, probably because they ran through so many girls who took that job that he was like, I'm not going to learn your name. You're going to be gone in 6 months. Why the fuck do I need to learn your name?
Probably. But I was, so I'd travel to Raw and SmackDown and NXT. And then if there were pay-per-views, we would do, sometimes I'd switch off. And then there were other times I'd be on and I'd work for like multiple weeks on end. So I think there was one week where I did Raw, SmackDown, came home for a day, switched clothes, went to Tribute for the Troops, went to Raw on Monday, then went to NXT and SmackDown like 2-3 weeks in a row. It was nuts, but it was a crazy experience. I wouldn't take it back because it taught me a lot, but I mean, it was nuts. My job like was really, really dumb. Like I was the person that counted in and out of commercials. So it was kind of important, but all the other stuff they had me do is stupid. So like the first thing in the morning I get there and there'd be all these papers and I had to like put them on Kevin's desk and make sure that they were all good and make sure he had 2 Diet Cokes and 2 Diet Snapples and like all this stupid stuff. And like I had to print out scripts. Sorry, spoiler alert, for the show that night. And if they made any changes last minute, I would print them out and then have to run around the stadium.
Scripted?
I know. Oh my gosh.
What?
But yeah, I mean, the best part was like interacting with the wrestlers was super fun. Like I got to meet a couple of them and hang out. But I mean, that environment is nuts. It's definitely a boys club. It's definitely crazy. And I believe when I left, someone told me something along the lines of, oh yeah, well, you got that role because Kevin wanted someone pretty to look at in the back of the trailer. And I was just like, cool. I'm glad I'm gone. Bye. See you later.
What year did you work for them?
2010. So I left right before The Rock came back. Right before. But I interacted a lot with John Cena and he is genuinely the nicest person ever. Yeah. Like he is not fake. He's not like this person that like, oh, he is so nice. I remember there was one night, one of the things I had to do at the end of the night is there's a cooler at the bottom of the stairs outside. So before we left for the night, I'd have to make sure that there were certain items in this cooler, certain drinks. And I remember I had to make sure there was a 6-pack of Bud Light Lime in there. And I remember there was one night I was coming back. Yeah, gross. I was coming back to the trailer and John's standing there and he goes, are there Bud Light Limes in here? I was like, yeah. He goes, I'm going to take them. And I said, okay. And he just took them and I was like, I don't care. Like he was just like, I'm taking the alcohol in this cooler. And I was like, go for it. Enjoy. Have a great night. But it was cool. Like I got to go on a tour bus, which was fun. And then the other cool thing was I love interacting with everyone. So like I love talking to all different people, like the people that work in craft and the makeup people. And one of my favorite people was this guy named Ellis, who is from the South, and he was a stunt guy. So he was the guy that like sawed underneath the tables before they jumped on him. And he was just like the sweetest guy. And his claim to fame at the time was that he was the one that flipped the cop car in The Walking Dead. So at the first episode of Walking Dead, when he flips the cop car, that was him. And he was like always telling me about it. He was so passionate about it. And it was so cute. And he'd be like, Lacey, I get checks every time that plays on TV. And I was like, you go, Ellis, you get
it. I had a friend who used to, I think she still might do it. She ran like the VIP meet and greets for WWE.
Oh, nice. And John Cena does every single Make-A-Wish. He does so many Make-A-Wishes.
But this is like the $600 VIP.
Oh yeah, they get a chair and stuff. Yeah,
for like it's ridiculous. I feel really bad about it, but also at the same time I don't, because this girl and I were supposed to do this really terrible tour like years before we actually met. And we kept in touch. She actually did the tour. I was talking her through it. And then we happened to be in Minneapolis the same time that WWE was there. It wasn't like a Raw event, I don't think, but it was just like one of those like midweek kind of.
Yeah, they do shows. Like little exhibition type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they were literally like 3 blocks north of the Hippodrome where I was at in Minneapolis. And so it was just a shit day. And I was like, I can't deal with this. It was between shows. I had just closed out one of the shows. And I told my sister, I'm like, look, I'm going to be gone for like 3 hours. Just fucking, they'll be back for the second show. Just run the second show. I'll be back when I'm back. I need a break. And I like went and walked down. I'm like texting her. I meet her at the back gate and she like walks me in. And I'm just like, I just need to get away from this and like hang out with people that I don't work with every day. And like it was the first time we met and I was so frazzled. She was so sweet. And she's like, well, I've got this VIP event to do if you want to like join me for it. And I'm like, sure. So like we come in and she like hands me the WWE like belts. And I'm like, I'm a lifelong wrestling fan. I don't think you understand what this means to me. That's like so I remember dropping elbows off of the top of the couch onto my dad when I was like 2 years old. Like this is a big deal for me.
Yeah, people are really into it. It's very cute to see because on the other side, obviously we're big Star Wars fans, so it's like the same with me with that. So when I'm able to appreciate someone that likes something that much, I'm like, I see you, I get you.
Yeah. Well, I got to hang out with the group. I got to like meet the guys and like anybody who came in for like the meet and greet and the photo op, whatever. And then they like walked us we got to like take pictures in front of the ring. And then she was like, okay, I have some things to do. So I'm just going to leave you in the producers area. And just like hang out there. If anybody asks, like you're with me, just like, obviously, you know how to handle yourself. Like don't touch anything. I'm like, cool. So I'm there. And all of a sudden, like, Ollie Anderson walks in and I'm like, oh my God. And he like, I'm just sitting there. I'm like trying not to talk or like sweat on everything because I sweat when I get nervous.
Yeah. Me
too.
And
I had like capris on and I have my calves tattooed and he like looks over at one point and he goes, I really like your tattoos. And I'm like, oh my God, I love you so much. And they start freaking out. He's like, are you okay? And I'm like, look.
You're like, do you want more? I'll put more on.
I'm like, look. My dad was a wrestling fan. He had 3 daughters. He raised us as wrestling fans. I've known about you my entire life. And he goes, oh my God, let's take a picture and send it to your dad. I'm like, well, my dad's dead. So he's like really enjoying this up in heaven right now. And he like felt really bad. And he like gave me a hug and I'm like, I can't deal with this. Started freaking. I was like, this is very nice, but I need you to not do that because this is too nice and too wonderful. And I had the best.
A lot of them are super, super sweet. The only people that kind of gave me attitude when I worked there and stuff were honestly the divas.
Oh yeah.
The divas were very, very rude and like condescending. And...
With a name like Divas, you would think they would be very friendly.
Well, that's like Gold Dust is like the nicest guy ever.
Dustin Rhodes is so sweet.
And he plays like, you know, kind of a bad guy or like, what is his name? Kane. His name's Glenn. He's like the nicest guy ever, but he plays like this like evil guy with like a mask and stuff.
And he doesn't talk. He's just there and giant and menacing. Yeah, I remember when we were leaving and like Goldust, like Dustin was walking away, and I was like, "Oh my God, you're Dustin Rhodes!" And he like stopped and he's like, "Hi," and I'm like, "Oh my God."
Yeah, he has a Southern accent. It's so cute.
Yeah, he's super Southern. And now, now he's with AEW and all that stuff. And I'm just like, I got to meet him. And like, there were a ton of wrestlers backstage. And she's like, don't talk to the wrestlers. And I'm like, I'm not going to fucking like go up to them and be like, I'm a huge fan. But like a few of them were like looking me up and down. And I was like, can I help you?
It's funny because the most probably fangirl moment I had is when Freddie Prinze Jr. was working there. He was a writer for like the year I was there. I'm not kidding. He would write the Diva sketches. And when I got the job, one of the things they said is like, don't look at Freddie, don't talk to Freddie, don't breathe on Freddie. Like they were like over the top, like just don't bother Freddie, which is understandable, but like they went too much. So my friend Brian, who was the head writer of Raw at the time, I was telling him about it one night after work and he was laughing. He's like, are you serious? I was like, yeah, they told me not to talk to him, not to bother him. We're at Hershey, Pennsylvania in the stadium and I'm walking around making copies and I hear, hey, Lacey. And I see it's Brian. I'm like, hey, Brian, what's up? He goes, hey, stay here for a second. He goes, hey, Freddie. And he calls Freddie over. Now, Freddie is the first, She's All That was like the first movie I saw without my parents. Like this guy is like prime, like adolescent Lacey. Like he's so cute.
Dreamweaver moment.
Yes. And I was just like,
oh he's Fred from Scooby-Doo to me.
Yes.
Well, that too. Yeah. But this She's All That was before that. But yeah, so he calls him over and I don't think I've ever been so red before. And it was like you said, like bright red. I started sweating. I was like, what is happening? And Brian's like, this is the girl I told you. She said she can't talk to you. And Freddie was like, sweetheart, you can talk to me whenever you want. We could have lunch. And I was just like, whatever, I gotta go by. And like, that was it. And then, yeah, it was so embarrassing. I was so mad about it. And I was like, why did you do that to me?
My only interaction with Freddie was like so many of my interactions of me yelling at him. It was like San Diego Comic-Con. I think it was like 2018 or 19.
Mm-hmm.
And I was walking out of a panel and like everybody else had left. And my friend and I had like stayed behind to talk to some of the panelists. And then as we're leaving and walking down this hallway, Freddie is like on the other side of the hallway with like a group of like maybe like 8 to 10 people around him and he's signing autographs. And I walked by and I'm like, yo, Prince. And he's like, what? And I was like, when are you getting back in the Schmodown? He's like, tell me when my next match is. I'm like, call Harloff, like get your ass back in here. And like literally just we're screaming at each other as we're like walking past each other.
That's so funny.
My only, like we've never met, but it was like that level of like persona of like, yeah, we can yell at each other. Like, fuck you too. Yeah. Okay.
My favorite conversation with him was when we were talking about how Sarah Michelle Gellar, his wife, had a Carvel Black card. And I was like, Freddie, is that a real thing? And he was like, yeah, it's a real thing. You can go in there. And then he's sitting there and like, I grew up on Buffy. I would say more than like Freddie. Buffy is like my ultimate fangirl moment. And it happened to me at New York Comic Con. She was backstage. I didn't even say anything to her. I just stood there taking in her essence. Mm-hmm. And it was just like enough that I was like, I've never been so frozen before with Sarah Michelle Gellar. So, and I'm a very like outgoing person and I've met Mark Hamill and freaked out, but even then I couldn't even verbalize words in Sarah Michelle Gellar's presence. It was like that big of a deal. But he was just like, his phone starts buzzing. He goes, oh, it's Sarah. I'll be right back. And I felt like being like, can I just have a quick call? Like, can you just pass the phone over?
You just put her on speaker and I promise not to talk.
Yeah, please.
I just want to hear her.
I'll be right back.
I want to get Freddie Prinze on our show so bad for two reasons. Number one, I talked earlier about how my go-to favorite fictional character of all time is Kanan Jarrus. He's obviously the voice. So that would be huge for me on that level. But the other level is it's probably the one Star Wars celebrity, I mean, other than like Harrison Ford or something, that would like show my wife that I'm not wasting my time in the basement, I'd be like, yeah, I'm having Freddie Prinze Jr. on the show tonight. And she would like,
that's the level.
Yeah. It's like, I could tell her, we just recently had the composer for Solo, who was telling us about his experience working with John Williams directly to make the soundtrack what it was. You know what I mean? It's like, that's crazy. This guy has been nominated for Academy Awards.
He won an Oscar. Yeah.
She doesn't care. But if I said Freddie Prinze Jr. was on the show, all of a sudden, now it's a big deal.
The biggest one for my husband was Paul from Kim's Convenience. He told everyone we had Paul on. I love Paul. He's the best. He's so sweet.
That was cool in my family circle because we recently met up with some family members, and before we had him on the show, I tweeted that he was going to be on the show or something like that, and my aunt and cousin were like, or my uncle and cousin were like, oh, we watched this show. This is really cool. And so like then when I met up with them, they were like, oh, we love that show, Aww. So that one was really cool within like my circle, my family circle, because they all recognized him in the show.
Last season, June 2nd.
Yeah.
I can't believe they canceled that show. I'm so upset. I literally yelled out loud.
Didn't they say that they were coming back out with like a final season?
No, they canceled it.
No.
I swear I saw somewhere that like in like June that like they were gonna have a set like the last.
Well, that's the final season coming to Netflix from Canada,
right?
But I'm interested to see what happens if Netflix does try to get them to, what kind of money can Netflix throw at them to finish on the show?
Enough. They can throw enough money.
I just want Paul to get all the jobs and to be like winning an Oscar and just everything. I want everything for him.
Wait, which one's Paul? I'm trying to.
Appa.
Yeah, the main guy.
Wait, isn't he in?
He's in The Mandalorian. He's Carson Teva.
Which is how he kind of crossed over into our show.
Mm-hmm. He's just the sweetest guy.
Oh, he's so sweet. Yes. Oh, he's like every Indian grandfather I've ever seen ever. He's just the sweetest man ever.
And just talking with him, how he was so proud of the role because it was, his whole career, he had been typecast as a certain character. And then this was finally a character that he can make his own. And like, it was truly like who he wanted to play as a Canadian person on screen. To see it get canceled too early when there was still more story to tell, like the whole storyline between him and his son where they get back together, like doesn't happen. So that just like breaks my heart. So I'm hoping Netflix they get crazy ratings and then they're like, you know what, let's finish it off.
Yeah. I mean,
they've done it before.
Coming off of James' story of family being excited and, a show wanting to get more seasons. So I just finished literally earlier today. I did the final episode for the Rewind where we reviewed Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist. And
I've never seen that.
It was amazing. Early in the season, we had gotten the creator of the show, Austin Weintraub, on, who is a phenomenal get. And then we ended up getting Kapil and Michael and Skylar Astin came on the show. Yeah, right.
Excuse me.
And I was flipping out. I've literally told as many people as I could. My family could give two shits. They're like, that's nice, Rachel. You do everything you do is crazy and ridiculous. But it was so funny. Like every time that someone's like, I'm like, that is like the peak. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna get any bigger than like pulling Skylar Astin as like a background character for my show. Like, oh my God, it was so great. But like my parent, like nobody, they're like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. But honestly,
people just don't get it,
Go watch Zoe's. It's so good. They need a third season. They literally just ended their second season.
Is it on Netflix?
It's on Hulu right now.
Hulu, because
it's on Hulu.
Network television.
Currently, it's network. We're hoping that they get renewed. It hasn't actually they haven't been confirmed. They're still like a bubble. They're on the bubble right now, and we're waiting to find out if they get renewed or canceled. Hopefully they get renewed. And even if they don't get renewed for for actual airplay, like if Peacock picks them up, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Peggy was watching the episode. Thank you. I appreciate. And Peggy was freaking out for me.
I loved him in Pitch Perfect.
He was so good. I actually got to tell him because we kind of came to a down point, like somebody was coming back and I was like, while I have you here, I have to tell you how much I love 21 and Over. Like that movie makes me so happy and I don't know why. It's just so ridiculous. It's like a buddy movie between him and like Miles Teller and it just makes me laugh so
He's just ridiculously charming.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
isn't he married to?
He was.
Camp. Oh, they're not anymore.
He was. I don't think so. Pretty sure they.
I mean, good for them if that's better for them. I
Yeah.
respect that.
As long as I know he's definitely broken up because he's got a new girlfriend. And he seems very happy, and I just want to hear him sing all of the songs.
Oh, he's good.
He's so good. And also, like, the character that he plays on Zoe's is like the most pure human being of all time. It's really kind of obnoxious. I'm kind of like, can you have a flaw, please? Because like perfection just makes me angry. But he's so good. Everybody in the show is so fucking talented. It's so obnoxious. They're beautiful and kind and wonderful and charming and ugh, gross.
My wife watches it. She says she really likes it. I've never seen it.
It's great. Oh my god, it's so worth it. They do some great covers. God, it's such a good show. Just go watch and then everybody needs to like just tweet at NBC and Lionsgate TV that they need another season.
Lionsgate.
And while you're doing that, also hashtag make Solo 2 happen.
Oh yeah.
That is a very specific day that we are going to bombard everyone with.
Yeah.
So save your Make Solo 2 happen for the 24th. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Make Solo 2 happen on the 24th. It's going to be amazing. It's
a fun day. Every time we've done it, it's been a real blast. And every year it's gotten bigger because more people are coming around. And I think not just coming around, I think people outside of the Star Wars kind of bubble have been like, I checked it out on Disney Plus. It's pretty good.
And actually, now that it is so readily available on Disney Plus, like,
and before that was on Netflix, yeah,
it's a huge deal to have something that you love be readily available. Where earlier I was telling James how most of the movies that I love are not known and not available to stream, which is why I'm trying to figure out a way. One of my favorite movies is Grind, and I'm doing a watch along at the end of the month with Jesse Swift. I'm trying to figure out a way so that like people can watch it without having to like buy it, because I don't think it's even available for purchase on like Amazon. Like, that's how ridiculous my favorite movies are. They're not even available for purchase on Amazon.
Movies are getting tough if they don't have digital versions. You're kind of like
screwed.
Yeah, should I look?
It's getting back to the whole like LimeWire days of music.
Kazaa.
It is. Yeah, like it's getting to that point with movies where like if a movie company, if a production company doesn't have a deal with a streaming service, like you're not going to get to see these gems that reside in their catalog. And that makes me so sad, because there are so many movies that are so great that barely see the light of day after they aired for like 3 weeks in the theater and then were never heard from again. Like Waking the Divine.
That was really cool when like Disney Plus came around, because they were dropping a lot of these like Disney Channel original movies that like, in like 2012, I was like, I remember this movie, but like, where are you going to find it? It's not like they put out a DVD for this. It's not like they're still airing it. It's not like it's anywhere. And you might be able to go like on YouTube or find like rips in like 6 parts or something. You know what I mean? Like all these weird ways to watch these movies. And then Disney Plus came out and they're like, yeah, here they all are. And it was just like this, everybody went through this like crazy trip where everybody's like, oh my gosh, Can of Worms. I've watched that, like, yeah, like
Even Stevens is my favorite with Shia LaBeouf. Oh,
I liked Even Stevens. I also liked Flash Forward.
Yep.
With like a very young Shia LaBeouf with like the fro.
Wait, no.
No, it's with Ben Porter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Foster.
Ben Foster.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf was in Even Stevens.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And then Flash Forward. Yeah.
Flash Forward was Ben Foster, who I had a massive crush on. Still do. He's amazing.
I just now put together that was him. Like, I remember the show.
Yep, him and Jules State. My favorite part from Shia LaBeouf, I mean, there's so many from Even Stevens, but
by the way.
No, he's looking.
Oh, okay.
He's
Okay.
researching.
Oh, what? Yeah,
I
no,
was
yeah.
like, did we just break him by mentioning Jewel State?
My favorite Even Stevens is one of the later episodes. He was dating Tawny at the time, the best friend girl, whatever. And the friend was like, "Hey, did you break up with Tawny?" He's like, "Oh yeah." And she goes, "So how'd you take it?" And then it cuts with like the cut. It was basically like the Family Guy cuts before Family Guy was a thing. And it cuts away and he's riding his bike and he's riding it really fast by her and he's like, "Tawny, I can't go out with you anymore." And he just keeps riding and she's just like, "What?" And then that's how he broke up with her. And then it cuts back and he's like, "Yeah, she took it pretty well."
That is 100% a Family Guy cut.
Do you remember this other show this girl was on, Space Cases?
Is that the one with the slides?
No, it was like Star Trek, but she had rainbow hair.
Oh, there was a space show. I think it was Nickelodeon actually, that had like a space command station. And the way they would get through the sets is like they'd have tube slides and they'd be like, "Oh, we got to go down to the command center." I just remember stupid things from being little.
Might be the same thing. I'm not sure.
Is it? All I know is I remember being like, "This is so crazy." And obviously Legends of the Hidden Temple, which they're bringing back for adults, which I find hilarious.
Yeah.
I do too, because
it's gonna get real serious.
So many of my friends are like, "Let's do this." I'm like, "You have a bad knee and a bad ankle. Like, girl, you're not gonna make it through the swamp of whatever it is. Like, calm down."
God, it's gonna be so funny because little kids are like, obviously different weights and stuff, and then you're gonna throw full-grown adults through that thing.
I'm not joking. Like, if I ever did that and one of those like temple guards came out, I would beat the crap out of them because I am all fight, no flight.
You're right. You're just gonna punch them in the face.
That's why I can't go to haunted mansions anymore. Like any of the haunted houses and like any of that stuff that like, Six Flags puts on, I can't go in there because I throw fists and it gets bloody and then I get asked not to come back.
At least we know that D. Bradley Baker is going to get more work from Legends of the Hidden Temple because he's Olmec. So he's going from the Bad Batch right back to Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Any job that you can do while not wearing pants is like the best job ever.
He's like, "Hello, I am Olmec." He was like backstage with a microphone. Good for him. Good for you.
Good for you. Oh my God.
Have you guys really been on here for over 3 hours?
We have. I literally just looked up. I was like, "Oh my God, I feel like we should close this up." Because Lacey, I'm gonna have you on later. So I'm gonna say goodbye to you now.
Bye guys.
For Lacey,
James, great job. Bye.
I love you. Go rest up and grow that baby. Because I can't wait. I can't wait to fucking spoil that thing. I love you. Bye. Okay. So we got like probably like what, like 5-10 minutes. You doing okay, James? James just took out his earphones. What the fuck? James, put in your earphones. James, can you hear me? We're still live. We're not done. I still have one more question for you. Yeah, I know, right? James, come back. James. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Oh my God. So this is really fucking entertaining. I've never had this happen before, where a guest has completely ignored. Yeah, I'm curious also too. James, what are you watching? James. I wonder how long this will go on. James.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
I don't know why, like my headphones died, but it won't switch over to speakers. I've tried everything I can. It won't switch over to regular audio.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh no. Guys, this has never happened before. This is hilarious. I'm so sorry.
Does this work?
I can hear you.
Nope.
Can you hear me? No, that's always the guy's line, Brian. Girls don't get to say that line. James, can you hear me? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm... All right, hold on 1 second.
All right, hang on.
All right, I've got to go. Oh my God, and he just left. Okay, guys, hold on for a hot second. I will be right back. I promise. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous and funny. Okay, sorry, had to go help my mom with something.
All right.
That was hilarious. I was like, no, we're not done yet.
So payback for earlier, I guess. Yeah, my headphones die, and I go, okay, all right, well, I'll just switch over. I'll just chill here for a second. And while I'm trying to figure it out, nothing's working, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on. And then I know, like, Lacey leaves, and I'm like, okay, so now there's nothing else going on here. She's clearly going to be talking to me, and then everybody saw what happened. I don't know. It literally would not work. So I don't know what was going on. I just left and came back because other things on my computer were all working. It all made sound. Everything was fine. It was just this like window or whatever wouldn't work.
Oh my God.
So I'm like,
funny.
I don't know if I just leave it and come back, and it worked immediately when I came back in.
I love that. Like, you didn't even like use the private chat. You were just like, nope.
Well, sometimes I think I'm used to it because, like, on the show, like, generally, if audio goes out, I'm like, I'm going to assume that John and Lacey just keep going, and I will sit here and act like I'm listening, and I'm like trying to solve a problem. But then Lacey leaves, and I was like, okay, so that I ran that option out. So I don't know what else to do, but.
We were talking about how it's been 3 hours, and I was like, oh my God, we have to end this soon. Like, Lacey, I will talk to you later. Like, she's going to be a guest in the next few months, I promise. Bring her back on and talk about all the wonders of, everything that she's dealing with and who she is and how she is who she is. And then, like, I was like, okay, I'll talk to you later. I'm going to close up with James, and then I'll bring you back on. And then you were like,
yeah, I'm like, nothing.
And
the weird thing is, like, when I came back into, like, you're not even at your chair, and I'm like, okay, so
Brian had it right. I literally had to pee so badly. And one of the few things that you learn on Warped Tour is how to pee quickly. Like, you develop that skill. It's how to pee quickly and how to shower in less than like 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
rinse off kind of thing.
Well, no. We actually, the girls, I can't remember. I think we were in Scranton. Pennsylvania, and we had like a bathroom that had like one shower and then like 2 bathroom stalls and like a sink, and that was it. But there was like 100 girls that needed to shower, and that was the only shower that they gave us.
Yeah.
So people were like taking their time, and I'm like, no. Like, at one point, Lisa Brownlee came over and was like, we're closing this in an hour because security has to lock up. So whoever is still in there needs to get out, and you guys need to all get through because at 9:00 or whatever, we're locking the door. And so I like went in. I'm like, okay, guys, here's the plan. You're going to wash your hair in the sink, and then you're going to like wash it, condition it. And then by the time you get into the shower, you're just going to rinse the conditioner and wash off your body. And then you're going to go into an open stall and dry off and get dressed. And that's how we're going to keep this line fucking moving. And we got through that line in like 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It was perfect.
Yeah, it's like you go through cycles. You're like, okay, do this and then do this and then do this and then you're done. You got to be out. Yeah.
Yep. Or there's days like in Pomona where you find a hose that one of the bus drivers was using to wash off the bus and then throw it over a tree branch and get in your bathing suit and have a literal shower party in the parking lot. 2005.
Yeah. So many people, like everybody had their own ideas too. Like you buy those little like camping portable showers, you're like, I'll fill this up and then put it at the end of the trailer, or whatever. Yeah. And everybody can kind of like after the set or whatever, you can come back and like everybody gets like a second to just kind of like take their shirt off and like rinse off or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so crazy how different life is on tour. And everybody's like, man, I wouldn't be able to live that life. And I was like, you have to live that life.
Yeah.
Like,
you'd be surprised at how quickly you adapt to that life.
Yeah. It's like, no, I would need a shower. And I was like, well, that wouldn't be an option. So your option would be this or don't shower,
Or baby wipes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, which is another one of those things that people say they would never do. It'd be like, oh, well, I would find, this or that. And I was like, it just, that stuff doesn't exist.
Yeah.
If that existed, then people wouldn't be doing this,
right?
Yeah.
I remember my first full year on Warped Tour. As I was leaving, my mom had gone to Costco and she bought like a case of baby wipes because I said I needed like some baby wipes because I was like, I had done like I had like an audition the year before with my best friend and we were driving around the state of California, like following the tour. And it was rough and so rough. And so we learned a lot. So I knew that when I came on the tour for the full time, I was like, I need baby wipes because sometimes just in the middle of the day, it's dusty and you're sweating. You just need to like wipe off your neck or like the insides of your elbows because it feels disgusting. Like sometimes you just need to feel a little bit fresh.
Mm-hmm.
So I told my mom I needed baby wipes and she bought like a case of them.
Oh.
And I like went into I remember checking in Pomona and sliding this box of baby wipes underneath. And the bus driver was like, what is that? I'm like, baby wipes. And he goes, you're going to be very popular on this tour. And I had people hitting me up for baby wipes that first year, like all the time. I started selling them for like $2 a wipe at the end. Like it got serious.
It's so funny how like certain bands get something and like they'll be famous for so like somebody will get like sponsored by like a beef jerky company and then they have like so much beef jerky they're like trying to give it away and like everybody's like, oh man, I want some of that beef jerky. I'm gonna go hang out with that, that band or something, you know what I mean, or whatever it is. Like Monster for a while was pretty easy to get on tour, but even when it wasn't, like there were other bands and stuff that were sponsored by Monster, so they just had like crates and crates of energy drinks and stuff like that.
Or you just go and make friends with like Jade. And, and who else was working? Who else worked Monster? Tony worked Monster. Yeah, there was. You just kind of
certain, and there's like there was like Skull Candy, for instance. Like everybody on Warped Tour had Skull Candy headphones because if you wanted new headphones, it was not crazy to just go ask and tell them you're in this band or whatever, and they would be like, yeah, pick whatever ones you want.
We had them on our bus, so they would constantly be like, does anybody need anything? Because we just got a new shipment in. We need to get rid of these. I have so many Skull Candy headphones. It's like not even funny. I've gifted them.
Are they still around?
They're still around. I see them selling at Target.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah. I mean, honestly, one of the best headphones I ever had was a Skull Candy headset, and it was noise canceling, and you like put the batteries in, but it also had a cord, because this is before Bluetooth. All of these years, this is very old, kids. It had a cord that could plug into the headphones that you could like an aux cord that plugged into like your phone or your Discman back in the day, or your laptop or whatever. But like, you could use them just as like noise canceling headphones, and I loved those things so much, and I abused the crap out of them.
I always knew that I had the opportunity to like move up, but I never look, I say all that I just said about the beef jerky and the Skull Candy and stuff like that, but I always had a hard time asking for people, because I knew I was in this band, but I was like, but I don't want to like use that to get free stuff or whatever. So I would always like take the bare minimum. Like if people were offering, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure, I'll take, some, and maybe these are nice or whatever. But it is funny, like now I'm looking, they do still have some really cool stuff. Like I see like basically AirPod, like, replacements, or their versions of like true wireless noise canceling and stuff like that. This is cool.
Yeah, they've got some good stuff. And I really like the design too. Like I loved like the colors that they came out with. Yeah, they had some really, really cool stuff. I mean, I remember my first year on Warped Tour, I had the same mentality of like, I don't want to like be asking too much, because my first year on Warped Tour, I wasn't getting my deal with Kevin was I was a massage therapist in reverse daycare. I was giving chair massages for $1 a minute for the parents. It was 50 cents a minute for everybody that was on tour. And first of all, I was terrified that Tess was going to be angry at me, because Tess was the on tour like shiatsu massage therapist.
I know Tess very well, because I hurt my ankle and I had to go to Tess multiple times. And my ankle, I recently like sprained it again, and I'm pretty confident that it's the same injury from when I was on Warped Tour and I injured it. So I've been like using Tiger's Balm and stuff, or Tiger Balm. And I was like, every time I smell it, I immediately go back to like my sessions with Tess.
Tess is amazing, but I was terrified that she was going to be angry with me for like stealing clients from her, and like legit terrified. Like I was like, okay, well, Kevin, like I broached this idea to Kevin at literally, what was it, the Viper Room at Music Saves Lives, open like Warped Tour celebration concert thing. And I met Kevin there, and I told him my idea, and he was like, okay, well, come on Warped Tour for California, try it out. And if we like you, we'll keep you. If not, like, we'll figure it out, whatever. And he liked me, but they didn't find a place for me. So the next year he found a spot for me, and I was on the entire tour, and I was terrified that Tess was going to like find me and like beat me up, because you've met Tess. She's very much like she might shank me in my sleep. But she's also like the sweetest woman ever. Now that I know her, like if you came across Tess in like a bar, you'd be like, oh my God, she's going to fuck some shit up. But then you meet her and she's like the kindest human being. And I remember, on the boat day, you know how every year we go to oh God, what was it? Everybody gets like those boats, and we just like hang out on a river.
No. What is this?
Maybe it was production. There was always a day off in California where we would get like houseboats kind of, and just like float down this river and like join up, and everybody would grill out and just kind of hang out. And I remember being, and like people would like meet up and like go swimming, and like people would rent jet skis. And I remember I ended up on Kevin's boat, and I was standing on the balcony on the second level, just like looking out, like watching people, and like I had a beer or something, and like Tess came and stood next to me, and we started talking. And I didn't realize it was her, because like we were both just kind of like looking out, and like we were both kind of drunk and everything. And then I turned, I'm like, oh my God, you're Tess. And she's like, yeah, hi, I'm like, oh my God, I'm Rachel. She's like, oh, you're the other massage therapist. I'm like, yes, please don't hurt me. I'm like, nobody's around. Like, she could really fuck me up. And she's like, oh my God, thank you so much for coming on this year. Like, you've taken so much off of my plate that like I can literally deal with the people who need serious help. And I was like,
yeah,
oh my God, like you have no idea.
That's a relief.
It was such a relief. which actually played off really well a few years later because I ended up dislocating some ribs from my spine. While doing a loadout for AT&T, because we had to like lift these we had to lift these cases up onto the stage and then like roll them inside, and we were lifting them uphill, and it hit like the wheel hit the edge of the stage, and it like dropped and like caused my shoulder to pop my ribs out, and I was in so much pain, and she like fucking healed me like a goddamn messiah. She's so good. And we've been friends ever since, and I absolutely adore her, but I just remember being in such terror of meeting her because I was like,
that's funny.
She hates me. I'm stealing all of her business. When it turns out I was actually helping her and helping myself out. But like the deal that I had with Kevin was that I wasn't going to get paid for being on the tour, but he would cover my bus spot and my catering, and I got to keep all of the money that I made. So he would come in every now and then into rehearsal. Yeah, which was huge because everybody like owes Kevin for their spot on tour, and I'm like, I don't understand this agreement, but I'll take it. And he would come in with Sarah every now and then, with Sarah Bear every now and then, like while they're doing their rounds to like check in. And I'd be like, Kevin, do you want a massage? Like, do you want like 5-10 minutes? Like you're holding your shoulders pretty high up. Like, let me work on you for a second. And he would like get in my chair and I'd work on him. And then he'd try and pay me. And I'm like, Kevin, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Keep your goddamn money. No, like I'm fine. I love you. He's the best.
It's still so crazy to me that, you know, he like, I don't know, like exists. Like he's like, I had this idea and I started Warped Tour, and like, he kind of like, I don't know, like is so aware of what is going to be big, you know, that even like on a level where like, even if you want to say like that, those bands, like we mentioned like Billionaires and Broken Side, right? Like, okay, they never went anywhere. They weren't ever like huge, but they were like for a hot minute, you know what I mean? And it's like, he knew that, you know, he was aware of that. It's just so crazy to me to think like at the age he is, he's still like very much in tune with what is going to be the next thing that like tweens and teens are going to be into in a good way. You know what I mean? He's like, I maybe it's like, I like this music, so I'm putting it there, but you would think that would turn into something very, bland and boring, you know, stagnant. He'd be missing the point. Yeah. But he never is. It always felt like Warped Tour was, no matter how much you wanted to say like, oh, it's all bands like this now, like you can't deny that a lot of those bands were still like generating a lot of buzz and hype. And it wasn't just because it wasn't Warped Tour that was doing that. They were doing that for themselves. It wasn't like they were only popular because they got on Warped Tour. Yeah. I like that definitely was not true. It was every band worked and deserved what they got on Warped Tour. And it was just, I don't know, everybody did it. So you saw a lot of success from it.
There are some bands who got a massive break because of Warped Tour. Like they got, you know, they got the chance to be in front of that crazy, amazing audience that they never would have gotten a chance to be in front of had they not been on Warped Tour. And it's amazing to watch those bands grow. But yeah, like there's nobody who had their finger on the pulse stronger than Kevin Lyman. Like that man just, I don't like, because I mean, James, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Yeah, so I'm 37. So like you reach a certain age where you just kind of like stop listening to new things, and you just kind of like wrap yourself in the blanket of familiarity, and you just listen to everything that you grew up with.
Because it's not worth the drive.
Right. It's
like there's a period where you're like, I want to find the next big thing, you know, I have that and I can show that to my friends. But you reach an age where like you don't have as many friends, or you don't really care as much or something. So you stop looking for that next big artist.
Or you just don't have the energy to keep looking like that. Like I remember being like 19 and being super stoked. Like I remember discovering the band Brand New off of a Don't Make Me Pull This Over Volume 1 Road Rules compilation and being like, oh my God, this is amazing. It had like The Used and Thursday and Brand New, and I think Under Oath was on there too. Like, there were so many amazing bands on there that I literally discovered because I picked up this one album. And I don't think that I have that like desire to kind of like branch out anymore. And that makes me a little sad, but also like, who has the energy? Like, who's also putting that stuff out?
After I was out of the band, I kind of stopped paying attention to music, and I only recently started again. And I was like, I feel like I'm missing a lot of what's out there, you know? So I was talking to some people that I knew, and I was like, what are you listening to? Like, what's hot right now and stuff. And then I started looking at websites that were kind of covering and rating albums. I was looking for certain things like, what's an album I really like? And then I would check that website to see like how they rated it. And if they rated it well, then I was like, oh, then whoever was doing these ratings, like obviously gets or understands where I'm coming from. So then I would look at other albums in that genre and stuff. And I found like a couple that I like really like. And so it's kind of interesting again to kind of revisit music. And it's weird too, because do you know Mod Sun?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, so Mod Sun was what he used to be in the band Four Letter Lie, and it was like a pop punk band. But then he was like, I really like rapping and stuff. So he started doing like he was like his own thing. Mod Sun was his like rap project. And we knew him on Warped Tour, but like, I don't know, he wasn't very popular. Like he had a set, but like, you know, it wasn't like a big thing or anything.
Yeah.
Turn around like now this year, he put out this new record. It's amazing. I love it. He has a single and he's like, but I think the rumor is he's dating Avril Lavigne, but like he has a single with Avril Lavigne, and they put out the song, and it's big. It's like on the charts and everything. And he was just on Jimmy Kimmel, the two of them and stuff. And I'm like, this is nuts. Cause like, I remember like hanging out with Mod Sun, and like, he was like that guy on the tour. Like he was cool. And like, we were friends with him, and he was like a chill dude, but like, kind of what we were talking about earlier, I don't know that this guy's ever really going to make it big, you know? Yeah. And it's funny because like, I don't think he was big all the way up until this most recent record. I think he was doing well and had his fans and stuff, but then this one has like, whoosh, like catapulted him. I recommend it. Go check out his latest record. I love all the songs, all of them.
Nice. I love that. I love getting like recommendations through people who like the same things that I do, and just be like, you know, everything's just kind of like, everybody has their own taste, but when people go to recommend songs or artists, like it's very personal and it's very kind of like offbeat from what you think that they're going to recommend.
Because usually people recommend like something that I like that I think you'll like.
Right.
And it's not even necessarily like my favorite necessarily. I said that weird, but but the point is like, I think I'm trying to, out of what I know, trying to deliver something to you to give you a little piece of what I have that I think you'll accept. Because I could also say, I love Bring Me the Horizon's new record, but it's like, you know, I don't know how people react to that because it's so alternative and so heavy.
It's, you know, so good. Also, like literally Ollie could do anything and I'll listen to it.
They released the Songs 2. Do you know what I'm talking about? Songs 2 ... Yeah. And this was right on the time frame where I was like, I'm going to start to get back into music. So I was like, okay, what's a band I haven't thought about in a long time? I haven't been paying attention to it all. I said, Alexa. I hope it doesn't. Yeah. But I said, yeah, now it's talking. Okay. But I say it, and then I said, play the latest Bring Me the Horizon record. And that album starts, and I was like, I don't think this is Bring Me the Horizon. It's been playing for like 3 minutes, and it's just like this ambient stuff. And I just let it keep going. And I was like, I don't know what this is, but I really like it. Like, this is really cool.
Great.
And then like somewhere in the middle of that, I'm like, there's some screaming in this, but it's like, it's weird and ambient. I don't know what's going on. And I listened to the whole thing. That first song's like 8 minutes or 9 minutes, 10 minutes, something. And I was like, I still can't tell you if this is Bring Me the Horizon, but whatever it is, I want to add it to my playlist. And the second song, third song, and the fourth song, I was like, this album is crazy. And I am super pumped that they have moved in that like industrial, electronic type music. And then they actually put out like a full album that's like, this is Bring Me the Horizon proper, but it brings in all that instrumental stuff. Oh man, I'm blown away. That right now where they are is like where I would have wanted Prada to end it up, you know?
Yeah.
Like, because Linkin Park has been and probably will always be my favorite band. So I always drew inspiration every time they were putting out another album. I was like, yes, this is where music needs to be. So I was bringing all those elements of like the electronic and the piano and strings and all that stuff, like to Devil Wears Prada. And so now to see like, you know, Bring Me being such a big, successful, heavy band that still has this like marketability of like electronics and strings and beautiful parts, orchestra pieces and stuff that's all incorporated. I'm like, this is incredible. Yeah, this is so good.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. I remember one of my favorite days off on tour. I think it was out with Beauty and the Beast at the time. But I know that Bring Me the Horizon had a show like a mile away or something, and I knew that like a bunch of the guys were vegan, and their merch guys. Joe was a friend of mine, and literally like we it was one of those like internet friends. Like we'd been in contact for years on Facebook and Twitter. And then I came in 2013 to be like an emergency rehire for Music Saves Lives. And I showed up and I told him, I was like, I'm coming in. I'm going to be in Denver. I'm so excited. And I like showed up at his booth and he was like, I have these wings from City O City and they're vegan. Do you want them? And I was like, oh my God, I love you so much. This is the best present ever. So like when I had my day off, I think it was in South Carolina. But I like, there was like a cupcake place that like did vegan cupcakes. So I like went by and got like a dozen vegan cupcakes for the band and like went over to the venue and I, walked past, like you do, you just walk past the line of people waiting outside for the show and just walk in and you're like, I'm here for the band. It's fine. Also nobody stops you when you're carrying cupcakes. Lesson learned.
There was did you ever see that internet thing, that the meme that was like, nobody ever stops you when you're carrying a ladder?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? And then the kid just like went into like movies and all sorts of other stuff because he just like walked into the theater with a ladder and nobody ever questioned him. Yeah.
No one stops you if you look like you're working or if you look like you don't want to go where you're going.
Yeah.
It's the lesson I learned. Like, and also like I find it very effective if I'm yelling into a phone about somebody being incompetent, like security guards do not stop me anywhere. It's amazing. But I digress. But yeah, so I walked in and I like gave them I was talking to Joe, he was counting in, and I was like, I have cupcakes for you guys in the band. He took them back to the bus and came back. And then like I was like, I can help sell like merchandise if you want. And he's like, no, we're fine. And then all of a sudden, like 5 minutes later, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna need your help. Like, can you grab this? And I'm like, I'm on it. I got this. Like, I can't go to shows anymore without being like, does your merch guy know what they're doing? Like, does he need any help? Does he need a spreadsheet? Because he's tallying things on a napkin right now.
Yeah.
Hire me. It's fine. Yeah, it's real hard. But that concert, that show was so good. Just Bring Me the Horizon is just so massively underrated. It just like hurts almost when people talk about them. They're like, oh yeah, they're all right. And I'm like, no, dude, they're really fucking great.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. It's funny. I didn't care about his Bring Me the Horizon when I was in the band as I do now. So it's very odd to be like such a huge fan of them and like the past couple records that they've done and then think, like, man, I was touring with this band in the UK, like at the time, and like I didn't really talk to them and hang out as much as, you know, you would think. Yeah. I definitely like met them and, you know, they were cool and stuff, but it wasn't like I made friends to any degree, you know, with them or anything like that. But now I look back and I'm like, dude, you know, it's kind of one of this, like, I wish I would have talked to them more, because they're like
amazing.
Yeah, like leaders of the genre. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. I always want to, I mean, it still can happen. But I would love to hear a duet with Claudio from Coheed and Cambria.
Yeah.
And Ollie. Like, I think their voices would just mix so beautifully in a song, and I just want it to happen so badly. I
was that's another one. Like, I never got into Coheed and Cambria.
Really?
I feel like it's one of those things, like, if I just at the time, I don't know, maybe it was the voice or something, and I was just like, I'm just not really into this. Like, there was at the time, remember, there was like so much music. It's like, not liking a massively successful band that has tons and tons of fans was like not a big deal, because like you had to spend all of your time thinking about every other big band that was blowing up, that was whatever. So there's always just like, everybody has those. Yeah, everybody has those like hits and misses, like just the same as like most people, I think, with like movies, like, never, you know, like, not me, but like, oh, I never seen Jurassic Park or whatever, you know, and you're like, how did you miss that? You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes people just, they can't get around to, they'd probably like it, but they never connected with it or whatever.
Well, speaking of holes in your cinematic viewing, are there any giant ones in yours? Because everybody has them.
Oh, tons. Yeah. Like mostly classic stuff. Like,
so like
Citizen Kane. Yeah.
Wait. You've never seen The Godfather?
I've tried. I tried one time. I got like about halfway through it or whatever, and it was like, I was like, this is really long.
When was the last time you tried to get through The Godfather?
I'd say it was like 2 years ago or something. Oh. I think I got up to like, there was a scene where like they pulled up at like a stop or something, and then like a couple people were shot and they were killed or something, and then it like cuts to like 5 years later or something. And I was like, that
you got up to leave the gun, take the cannoli, and that was it?
Maybe. It felt like they pulled up at like a guard, like there's like a fence that comes down or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on in the scene at the time, because I think I was like kind of half paying attention, or I was paying attention a lot at the time, but I forgot it. But yeah, then like there was a shootout or something, and someone died, and then it said like 5 years later, and then there was a blonde woman, and she like lived at this like really fancy house in like Mexico or something. I don't know. Anyway. Your point being proven here. I never saw it. I don't know much about it. Okay, I bet it's really entertaining hearing it from like me trying to describe it. It's like that, like my wife names the Pokemon based on their appearance or something. Oh, that must be Frogomon. It's like, you're not wrong.
Squirtle?
You're pretty close. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so you've never Yes, Saul, it was sunny at the toll booth. Okay, so you've never seen any of the Godfathers or Citizen Kane. What is one that you're like actively like, I really should watch this, and I haven't seen it yet? I will tell you that if you haven't seen Gone with the Wind, don't fucking bother. It's awful.
No. I would say, you know, okay, so this doesn't answer your question, but recently I watched The Firm with Tom Cruise. And it was like, I was in that mode where it was like, I'm getting ready to go to bed and I need to put on a movie. and I like was scrolling through and I saw The Firm, and in my head I was like, this is one of those movies that I think everybody's seen that I haven't. So I just like pushed play on it, and I ended up watching like half that night and half the next night or something. And I was like, I get it. It seems dated now.
Yeah.
You know, but I understood why it would have been like a good movie at the time. I bet it would be like really suspenseful. I don't know. I can't think of one that like I haven't seen that I'm like, I need to go watch that. But I feel like there's a lot that I think about that I haven't seen. I don't know.
Is there a movie that you love that you find that not a lot of people have seen that you're like, you really need to see this, other than Solo?
But well, Pop Star. That's the one I'm like, if you haven't seen this movie, it's so underrated. I love it. Gosh, I don't know. Immediately
Coming After You.
Yeah. The Burbs, yeah.
Dick Tracy, so good. It's sad that Pacino didn't he get an Oscar nom for that movie and like nothing in The Godfather?
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
It's a fun movie. It's kind of ridiculous and massively dated, but like it sticks true to like the comic.
I was gonna say, I think like a year ago or something, I was like digging around Dick Tracy stuff, and I like watching the trailer or something, you know, just to like, because it seemed to me like it was a movie that was really popular at a very specific time, but then like was immediately forgotten by culture, you know. Like what we were talking about with some of those like Disney things. Like I remember like those Disney Channel original movies, they felt like they were everywhere. Like everybody in the world knew who Xenon was. And then like now it feels like you say that name and people are like, oh, is that like a Disney movie or something? And it's like, yeah, it was. But it felt so big at the time. It's like immediately was just forgotten. Like,
I mean, I will say this. If you mention Xenon around any female, like, and they're like between like 32 and like 40, they'll be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
We'll freak out. It's great.
I rewatched some of those movies. I went back and I think I watched like almost the entire catalog of the Disney Channel original movies. I watched Can of Worms. I watched Xenon. I watched Alley Cat Strike.
Oh my God.
Brink, I rewatched, although I already knew every line in the movie. I'd seen that movie so many times when I was a kid. It was like the inspiration of why I got into like inline skating and stuff. Johnny Tsunami, absolutely rewatch that.
R.I.P. baby, R.I.P.
Yeah,
isn't that the kid who died? Didn't Johnny Tsunami die?
No, I think it was his co-star.
Oh yeah. What's your favorite Disney movie? Not Disney Channel original movie. Disney movie, like animated.
Disney animated movie?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if I say Disney, if I say Disney movie, it's obviously The Three Musketeers because that movie is gold.
It's tough. You know what? We were on the discussion of music specifically. I think like Little Mermaid has some of the best music as far as like the songs and how well they were written.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the story though. I feel so lame because like my brain just wants to go back to like Lion King and Aladdin and stuff. But I was like, I think that's just because like I grew up in that very specific time.
That's totally fine. I mean, the Renaissance of Disney was an incredible period of time for cinema, not just like for Disney, but like the fact that, you know, it brought us, you know, Little Mermaid, and, you know, it brought us the first animated movie to be nominated for Best Picture with Beauty and the Beast. Like, that's huge. Also, yes, Brian, I agree with you. Robin Williams is the best. So saying Aladdin is not an affront.
Yeah. Let me think here. I'm looking. I pulled up the list.
I literally have them all right here.
I mean, I just went to Wikipedia and
Oh,
it has like literally the list. Gosh, I don't know. There are a ton in here that I like. I was actually so this is probably not my favorite, but I was actually really surprised by Meet the Robinsons. Have you seen
it's
that?
so good.
It's weird because I like really liked it the first 2 times I've seen it, and now every time I revisit it, it feels not the same. But what's his name from Matchbox 20 wrote the song?
Oh yeah, Johnny Resnick.
Johnny Resnick. I don't think
Wait,
that's
was
it.
that?
That doesn't sound right at all. Matchbox 20 singer is I can only find stuff on the band.
Hold on. Not singer. Jesus Christ.
Rob Thomas.
Rob Thomas, that's it. Who's
Yeah.
Resnick?
I don't know. You just said a name and I was like, that's not right. I don't know what that is.
Johnny Resnick was the lead singer of the Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh, okay.
That's who it was.
I like the Prince versus Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty.
Yes.
I always liked that confrontation. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear, like, because, like, I know growing up, we grew up around the same time, but, like, Disney was very much, like, a girl thing, and, like, a lot of guys
because
weren't,
of the
like,
princess thing.
Yeah, it was very, like, princess driven, and it wasn't, like, a lot of guys were into it, but, like, I think that there are a lot of, like, really powerful or empowering male characters in Disney that, like, do not get recognized enough, and so I love being able to hear, like, a male perspective, especially of that era, because there were a lot of, like, it was a massive push to, like, girl power.
I mean, it still is. If you're looking at like even like what they're coming out with now with like Raya and Frozen and stuff like that. I mean, it's not particularly one way or the other, but they're definitely
Yeah,
still leaning in that direction.
I mean, they are,
Zootopia.
but it's less like princess of, like, on a pedestal of, like, she's perfect and, like, nothing goes wrong, nothing she does is wrong. Like, Moana,
Well,
Moana was great, but they also gave us, like,
I like
Maui
Moana.
and showed us, like, male fragility and stuff like that. Like, I love Moana so much. It's so beautiful.
I watched a video one time about Disney and they said like it used to be that Disney movies were like it would start in an era where like things were messed up and they had to return the system to a new, or they had to go back to what it was. They had to fix things or whatever to return to the era that it was like good. And then now they have moved into this era and they gave a bunch of examples and it was like all of your heroes and heroines, they challenge the status quo. Like this is the way it's always been, and they try to instigate change and acceptance of a new order. Instead of returning to the old ways that it used to be, like similar to Star Wars or something like that. It's our storytelling world has now shifted into like, why does it have to be the way that it is? Can't we come up with something different or better? And like Zootopia is a good example of that.
Yeah. So is Frozen 2, actually.
What is it?
Frozen 2.
Yeah.
Frozen 2 is great with that. Moana's fantastic.
Yeah, Moana's another example. So actually that's kind of both. Like we used to be Voyagers.
Yeah.
And they uncover the problem and they go back to being Voyagers, but also at the same time, it was very much like you're going to be the leader. And she goes, I don't want to be the leader. So she's challenging the status.
Yeah. And also like the fact that like her dad is the one that's scared. Like a lot of men aren't allowed to be scared in a lot of movies because it shows a weakness, but it shows that like her father, the chief, is like scared to go out beyond the reef and she wants to go and he's scared of that. it's beautiful. Yeah, Princess and the Frog, Flight of the Navigator. Going old school on that one.
Dude, okay. That movie, Flight of the Navigator, I rewatched that on Disney Plus too. And I was like, first of all, I did not expect this movie to be so heavy. Like at the beginning, like I thought of it like a kid's movie, but like some really crazy stuff happens about like him missing all those years. And I was like, there's a really cool story in this. And then he gets scared. He runs away. He's in this alien ship. And then the rest of that movie is complete garbage. Like it starts off so good. And then the rest of it is like Pee Wee Herman and Beach Boys and like the little alien thing that like doesn't serve the story at all. Like everything from that point, from that thing on, up until obviously the very end where like he has the moment where like he chooses and then they put him back in time or whatever. That's where it kind of all connects. But like other than the very tail end of it, like 50% good, 50% complete garbage.
See, I grew up loving that movie, so like I just have this like crazy nostalgic love for it. Like I also haven't gone back and rewatched it in a very long time.
And it was the same way. It was that rewatch that I was like, oh my gosh, man, this movie is way like I remember liking it, but this is cool. And then like halfway through it, he's like, hey, let's go places and fly around and stuff. And I'm like, this is dumb. This fell off real fast.
Yeah, I remember liking another movie that was like one of those movies that I cannot believe that they let us watch as children was Radio Flyer.
I never saw it. I know kind of like what it's about.
It's literally all about child abuse and how a kid tries to escape the awful place that he's in, and his like stepdad is beating him, and like he literally tries to fashion a plane out of his Radio Flyer wagon, like red wagon. And like it's Elijah Wood plays the kid, and then Tom Hanks plays him grown up, and like he's the narrator, and it is one of the most heartbreaking, just so horrible movies to watch, because you're like, how did they make this into a movie? How did they get Elijah Wood to be in this movie? And it's so jaw-dropping and soul-sucking that I'm like, I can't watch this movie again. It's so hard to watch, but it is such a great movie at the same time that I'm like, how is this Disney? How did Disney get away with making this movie?
Yeah, it's weird that I remember, I don't know. The 90s still feel tame in comparison to where we're at now. But it is odd because there are some things where like I'm like, how did they get away with this in the 90s? Because that wouldn't even fly today.
Yeah, I think it's starting. You know, I feel like society is just a pendulum swinging back and forth between conservative and liberal, and like we're getting to the point where the pendulum is swinging so far conservative, in its viewing habits, that like a lot of things aren't being treated, like a lot of things that are serious and need to be dealt with in an open and honest way get viewed as abusive or aggressive, and so they don't get viewed a lot. And so I think once the pendulum starts to settle back down, that we'll see those movies come back about like openness and honesty, and like actually dealing with like the real issues in life without going overboard and being like, well, this is the issue and we're going to show it in the most horrible way possible. So I'm waiting for that pendulum to settle down, but I do love the fact that like it's giving us such a variety of movies and music to like enjoy in the meantime. Because like, I don't know, it's just it's so fascinating to me.
Yeah, I was on another podcast recently and we were talking about like the state of media and movies and stuff, and I was like, there was like the 50s and then the 60s and then the 70s, and I think like somewhere around the 70s was like all of a sudden genre existed, like and everything like became you could like choose. And it's weird because you couldn't even really choose. It wasn't until like the early to middle 2000s when you actually were able to start choosing your own music. And that was Pure Volume and MySpace and just the boom of like everybody having the internet and bands like, or any sort of musician whatsoever, just being like, well, I don't have a record label, but I can put this online and and I could just like try to steer people towards it and get some fame from that. Before that era, it was radio, and like you had to play shows, but like, that's very difficult to like gain over time. But like now all of a sudden there was like your own media. Did I freeze?
You did. But I can still hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
The juice is here. Sorry.
Pure Volume. Yeah.
If you don't know who Justin the Juice is, Justin does the most amazing guitar covers of all time. I think we lost James, but hopefully.
No, am I still here? Is it in audio?
You're still here in audio, but for some reason, video, you're not.
I think StreamYard is what? Now it's Lacey's picture.
I love that you're Lacey.
I think StreamYard is like, you guys have been talking for like 4 hours. So get off of here.
No, StreamYard doesn't give a
EOS
shit.
webcam utility. Let's see here.
Oh. Let's see if something's rebooting. Hey, Justin. I miss you, buddy. We got to hang out in Florida about 6 weeks ago, and it made me happy. No, Lacey went to bed. She'll be a guest on later, eventually. Hopefully sooner rather than later, now that I know that she's like grown a human being inside her, and I know exactly how that progresses. Not from personal experience. God knows. No, does not have babies. There you are.
I switched to the bad camera because the other one I just stopped. It was like, I give up.
It was like,
I think everything's giving up. All my equipment's giving up. My mic's going to give out soon.
Okay, well, we have been going for 4 hours, and I could literally just keep going because everybody who's watching the show knows that we can just keep talking and talking for hours. So we'll ask you a few more questions, then I'll close out. We'll do like 10 more minutes. I know I said that an hour ago, and then we kept talking. What is your favorite movie to watch while angry?
I don't get angry. Nope.
I don't trust that. That makes me highly suspicious.
If I get really angry about something, there isn't enough time to like put on a movie because I'm angry about something. I will be over that anger very shortly, like within like maybe 15 minutes or something, 20 minutes.
How? Do you just like breathe it out, or
there's no reason to be angry. Like I'm always like, when I'm looking at this is like, if I'm really feeling angry or feeling irrational, I'm just like, I'm irrational. And if I'm irrational, then there's a problem. So I need to fix that problem quickly or get myself under control. And so I don't know. I very rarely get angry. People get angry at me because I'm staying more calm in a situation.
Interesting.
So that doesn't exist. I don't have a movie that I would be like, I'm mad, so I need to blow off some steam by watching this movie, and then the odds that I would still be mad at the end of that movie would be pretty crazy. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's why you watch the movie, or that's why you listen to the artist that you listen to. Like, I know that when I'm angry, I need to like scream it out or watch an awful movie and like just live in that rage that exists there, and then like it purges me of everything.
Yeah, I'm coming from a perspective where people are like mad at me, and then like the next day they're still mad at me, and I'm like, seriously, like I don't know how to fix this. Like, and so I understand someone would watch a movie but still be mad at the end of the movie at that person. I don't know. I'm not like that.
So what's your favorite happy movie other than Rock Pop Star?
My favorite happy movie. I mean, Star Wars is pretty like. There's a catalog of like, roughly 12 films or so that, you know, I can just at any time be like, oh, I haven't watched these in a while. And no matter what one you put on, it's going to be like reliving it again for the first time. Cause I feel like no matter how many times you see the movies, every time I rewatch them, they're a reminder of why I like them. Like sometimes when I talk about them at length, I'm like, yeah, that one's not really that great. But then I'm watching it and I'm like, who doesn't like this? This is awesome. You know, like even the weakest ones, I'm like, this scene is great, you know, and then I move on to the next scene and I'm like, well, forget that last scene. This scene is great too, you know?
What was your favorite movie as a child?
Favorite movie as a child? I mean, we were looking at that list earlier of the Disney movies, and I very specifically remember watching The Rescuers Down Under a lot.
I literally named our first dog after Jake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That movie also has like a big heavy end or beginning. Yeah. Where you're like, oh man, this is actually like incredible. And it's really crazy if you think about like just what happens even in that first few minutes of like there's a house and it's in the middle of nowhere and this kid's like, I don't know, 7, 9 maybe,
right,
at the most, and he's like out running around randomly and he's climbing cliffs and he's like knocked off the cliff and the eagle like picks him up and stuff. I'm like, if this happened in real life, it would be insanity.
Yeah.
Like, and he's like, the eagle's like pushing him from behind and he's got his feet on the water and stuff. I'm like, this is impossible.
Yeah.
No animal would ever do this, but it's absolutely nuts. The Never Ending Story is good too.
The Never Ending Story.
I feel like the idea of the Never Ending Story is bigger than the actual movie itself. Like, yes. I think it's almost as if they had this really, not that they didn't deliver, because obviously it means a lot to a lot of people, but I feel like there's this really cool, like retelling or reimagining of the Never Ending Story that just doesn't exist. And like, when you go and visit that particular one, you're like, oh, if they did this today and it wasn't a remake, but it was like a retelling or reimagining, it could be really cool if given to the right person. Like this whole concept of he's reading the story and he's creating the story. Like, again, not that the original movie doesn't deliver, but I feel like there's something very dated and very simple. Like it's such a deep idea that the movie doesn't quite deliver on the concept of what they're trying to tell. And it only really exists like, it would be like if The Matrix really wasn't a good movie. You know what I mean? And you're like, there's something so cool about what you're talking about. And it's not that it's a bad movie. It's just not, it's not like totally hitting on the level like you think it could hit with this concept that you've created. Yeah.
I feel like there's only one director who could adequately bring the Never Ending Story to life. And I'm wondering if you think that it's the same person, because in my mind, there's literally only one answer to this.
Okay. I thought of a name immediately and I don't know it's my only director, but the first name that popped into my head was Peter Jackson.
Interesting. That could be fun. I was thinking more of a dark retelling with Guillermo del Toro.
Which is very similar.
It is, but I feel like Guillermo like would bring the creepiness and like really drive home the awful and terribleness of the nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with Peter Jackson, it might just be like kind of more of a fantasy movie of like more of a lighthearted thing, where I think that Guillermo would really drive home. Like I want him to do like, I want him to give it like the Pan's Labyrinth treatment.
He would make it real and he would make it visceral. Like the wolf.
The nothing?
You know what I mean? No, the wolf, the assassin.
Oh yeah.
Is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I think like I could very much picture his version of that, and it would be very scary. I think
Right.
the reason I went Peter Jackson versus someone like that is because Peter Jackson tends to be more world. Like, he tends to like say like, this is what was going on in the world at the time.
Mhm.
And it might not even necessarily be, he's obviously very character driven, but like sometimes you just see like armies, you know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
kind of gives you this understanding that like the world is big because every one of those people in those armies are people, you know, that exists in this world or something like that. And the never ending story at times, I think maybe where it was weak was it felt like there was just like emptiness. And then all of a sudden there were like three characters who were just like sitting there, you know, or
Yeah.
whatever. And it feels like you just kind of walked on to the next set. And it's like, I think there's something about Fantasia and that land that could be so massive
Mhm.
that would make you feel like even though you only heard this, you want more because there's something around all these different corners. But that movie still feels very enclosed as like a set and then another set and then another set. And it's only like 10 feet from the next journey, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that the world building with Peter Jackson would be amazing, but I think that the character building and the character and the monster building with Guillermo del Toro would be just so fucking terrifying and so visceral and just so creepy and so great that like that's what I want. Like I want kids to be scared of the never ending story because it is supposed to be a little bit scary.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to have that like I remember being scared of that wolf as a child, but now I watch it and like I know that kids growing up today will watch that and be like, it's fucking animatronic. Like that's so like it's so glitchy and like whatever.
Well,
but like I want them to have like their version of the never ending story with like something that will literally like drive the message home of be grateful that you're a child.
Yeah, you know what else is weird too? Like the Nothing just as an antagonist, or I don't know if it's really like the antagonist or if it's really like the plot or the MacGuffin or I don't know what it is, whatever it is that's happening. Every time you see it in that movie, it just looks like wind and
it just looks like a tornado,
like dust or something, and it's just like, oh, the Nothing is happening, and I'm like, I feel like in today's world, if somebody was like, explain the Nothing, I think there's something way more like real about, like you watch like Interstellar and you're trying to understand like what's beyond event horizon, what is the black hole, and it's just like it's nothing and it's destruction and but it's like endless. It like I don't know. Like I think there's something that they could really do that's like, if the story ceases to exist and there's no more creativity, then this is it. It's done, and there's nothing beyond where, and it's coming for you. I don't know. I think it's something cooler than like dust and wind that they could do.
Yeah, I feel that 100%.
Big cloud. Yeah, I like that. Another.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say another like just stab. Like I've said for years, Pirates of Darkwater is another show that only had like 1.5 seasons, and they never found. They never like the opening of the show was like one of those typical like they explain the plot of the show like there were 13 jewels and now this young man must find it, you know, must find them all and return them to blah blah blah, and they never, like the show ended before that even ever happened, so it like never had its resolve. But like whenever I think about that show, I think like about this concept of all of the different missions and journeys you would have to go to collect the different treasures. And there were these other people who were trying to collect the treasures for nefarious reasons. And you had this found family kind of thing happen where like you had a couple different people who shouldn't be friends, but they have to be friends. And then they like, it felt kind of Star Warsy in that sense, you know, like I think there was a lot in that was beyond its time. And today, like if revisited, or they said like, we either want to do like a Netflix rebuilding of this animated show, or we just want to go like completely crazy and be like, this is the next big live action franchise. Like, you remember Lord of the Rings, you remember Harry Potter, you remember like Hunger Games and stuff. Like, we want to bring Pirates of Dark Water to live action and make it like the event film, like a Marvel level thing.
Right.
I think it's the next property that could do that.
I mean, it definitely has the potential. You would just have to get the right team together to make it really happen. Because like the reason that, I think the reason that Marvel worked with, the 23 films that they had telling one story in so many different ways with so many different tones is because they had that one person that kept the vision. They had Kevin Feige to like steer the ships and be like, I really like where you're going, but make sure you tell this story point. This is the goal. However you want to tell it is up to you. And they need to have like those crazy creatives behind it that really love the story and are able to tell it. I think that would be really fun, because we are missing currently that next.
Yeah, thing. It's hard to say that though, because we just went through 2020 and like all the movies and stuff were canceled and everything's on hold. I don't know. Yeah, I think we are missing that like big thing. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. where I am too.
Yeah, we're gonna end real soon, guys. Good night, Brian. Though, thank you so much.
Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Yeah, but I only brought that up because it reminds me of that Del Toro and Peter Jackson kind of movie. I think like those would be the kind of people that I would want maybe helming it. Or Spielberg. Heck, let's get him.
I mean, for a
that
while,
would be crazy.
For a while, Spielberg was linked to the Coheed and Cambria graphic novels, and like Mark Wahlberg had invested and like purchased the rights, I think, and Steven Spielberg was linked to producing and directing those, and I was like, oh my god, yes! Like, can we tell the story of Coheed and Cambria? Because like, that sounds amazing. I would love for them. And I know like PJ is a huge fan, and like Dan and I, there's so many people in this industry that like really love this story, and it's so good. And I think that it would be a mistake to not bring that to the big screen, because it is so theatrical. It's such a great story. It also kind of comes with its own soundtrack. So why not use that?
Yeah.
And it tells a story that obviously has massive amounts of fans behind it. And I think that I'm just waiting for it to get in the right hands and for this right studio to be like, let's do this. I honestly think that Blumhouse might be a good one for it.
Just because they can do it for cheap but like get the exposure that it needs.
But like, just because they take such care with their products, like they really do invest everything they have into telling the right story the right way. I think that might be a fun way. I don't know if I want it to be like a Universal production, unless like they take it incredibly seriously and like treat it with the respect that it's due.
What about Apple?
Ooh, Apple could be really fun.
Like an Apple TV Plus exclusive kind of thing. They're getting ready to do Foundation, which I don't know anything about, but if you see the trailer, I'm like, this thing looks ridiculous.
I haven't seen it yet. I get excited. Like, honestly, the thing that excites me most.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen like the trailer for it?
No, I haven't at all.
Go look that up. It's like Blade. It actually looks a lot like the new Dune.
Okay.
It looks like it's like beautiful and it's like that kind of world and stuff. And it's a Apple TV series that's coming this year.
Nice. Yeah, I'm excited about that. I'm just such a sucker for good stories, which is why I gravitate so strongly to like certain movies or certain like musical artists. Like, if they can tell me a good story with their songs or their short stories or their movies, like I will instantly be a fan of yours. I love that aspect of entertainment. I will if a movie is good and tells a good story, I will watch it over and 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 over again until like I know everything by heart and it's whatever. But okay, we are going on 4 hours and 20 minutes. I feel like you need to go to bed because I know I do. I have to get my second shot in the morning. So I'm going to close out with my favorite question from one of my favorite movies of all time, which is Almost Famous. I love that movie so much. I watched it the night before every tour I would ever go on. It made me so happy. So the last question I always ask is the question that William asks Russell at the very end of the movie. Do you have to be happy to write a love song? Do you have to be sad to write a sad song? What is it that you love about music?
You know, interestingly enough, I never pay attention to lyrics. I don't connect with lyrics for the most part. I barely know any of the lyrics in my own band. I barely know any of the lyrics in all of my favorite bands. I follow rhythms and I follow parts. I was a drummer. And I follow like chord progressions and things like, and I understand what like take the lyrics out of it. And I feel like there's something that they're trying to convey, whether it be like aggressive or, happy or whatever that feeling is that they're trying to convey. I feel like I connect with it more so because the musicians have successfully done their job at delivering that message. Because in my head, they're trying to they're telling everybody the message in words, and that's like the simplest way to be like, "Hey, I'm sad," and it's like, okay, well, everybody knows he's sad, but it's like I'm not picking up on that, and I don't connect with that, so I only hear what is being said, is being sung vocally, and what's being portrayed by the music. So I think that when it comes to the do you have to be sad to write a sad song, like I think that a very well-trained musician that can look past what words I'm actually saying, and they can actually write something that means something musically, that person definitely is capable of delivering a message that's beyond what they're feeling right now, because you have to understand what makes a sad song sad. And it's not just saying I'm sad. You have to understand the music. And once you understand the music, no matter what you're feeling, you could manage to pull that off successfully.
I love
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, 100%. I love asking this question because, especially to musicians, because I constantly get a different answer, and it's so fantastic because music means such different things to different people, and they get out of it what they put into it, and it's so fascinating. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long tonight and dealing with all of the technical issues that we had. Go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you, what you have coming up, and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, well, name's right there. James Baney at Meyer Trunks is my name on Twitter and Instagram. StarWarsNewsNet.com is the website. If you're into Star Wars news and you don't know about that website, yeah, it's always constantly like official news and theories and things. We do like a really good job, not theories, I should say, more like rumors, but like we do a really good job at looking at the story and being like, is this real? Like, is this legitimate news that people care about? And it's never about headlines on the site, which I think is why it's so long term. Like everybody regularly comes back to it because it's not clickbait. We've never been that. And then the podcast itself, Resistance Broadcast, we take those stories and we do the same thing. Like we try to stay away and try to be not as clickbaity as possible. We just want to like have a good discussion about it and what it means. Whatever those stories are, what they mean for the future of the franchise and everything like that. So, Resistance broadcast and Make Solo 2 happen day on May 24th. Hey, there you go. You were ready for it.
I got you.
Yep. All day. If at any time you ever have a moment, get online and tell people why you liked the movie and why it would be fun to see it as a Disney Plus series. You know, more adventures with Han and Chewie, more blasters, more aliens, more swindling, more smuggling, adventurous. You know, that Star Wars is all about the adventure, and Han and Chewie very likely went on a ton of them. It's right there. He was right about to go meet Jabba the Hutt. Come on, man. Let's bring Jabba the Hutt back.
I mean,
you know?
I just want that gangster Jabba the Hutt movie that I was promised and that had been like rumored for so long. I just want it so much. So if we can bring that about by making Solo 2 happen, I'm all about it, whether it's a movie or a series. Just fucking do it. So we'll be promoting that on this channel as well. Cool. Do it all over fucking Twitter. And then thank you so much for coming on. This was such a joy. It's so good to reconnect after so many years. And then next week, because I am getting my second shot tomorrow, and I'm out of commission, next week I will have, for anybody who's following the Schmodown, I've got the one and only Adam Collins coming on next Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to talk all things Schmodown and all things fun. Also, keep your eyes out for, I cannot believe I'm saying this, another episode of Show Me Naughty apparently is coming towards the end of the month, where Sean Sullivan is trying to find me love through a ridiculous game show where I do not know who my suitors are, and it's going to be fun and ridiculous. So on behalf of James and myself here at Movies, Music, and Mayhem, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you guys so much. Like and subscribe, ring the bell, come hang out with us. I've got a whole bunch of shit coming on. Just fucking hang out. It's been a long night, but I love you all so much. And now we get to do my favorite thing,